Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council meeting for February 10th, 2025. Individuals interested in participating in this evening's meeting were eligible to register online using the delegation registration form at www.kitchener.ca/delegation or via email at delegation@kitchener.ca. Any written comments received prior to the commencement of this evening's meeting have been circulated to members of Council prior to the meeting and will form part of the public record. The meeting live stream and archived videos are available at www.kitchener.ca/watchnow. Before we commence this evening's meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that this evening we're gathering on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Neutral peoples. We recognize our responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. I'd now like to invite everyone to stand as they're able in a moment for the singing of our national anthem. In doing so this evening, I'd also like to remind everyone that next Saturday, February the 15th, is Canadian Flag Day and the 60th anniversary of the current Canadian flag. For those of you who didn't notice, out front on the ice rink, we actually have put a large Canadian flag, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank our Community Services Arena team for getting that done. Thank you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, and I'd also like to just acknowledge this evening that our version of the anthem was taped a few years ago by KW Glee for us during the pandemic, and would just like to take a moment to thank and acknowledge them. Ladies and gentlemen, February is Black Heritage Month, a time dedicated to honoring the legacy of Black Canadians and communities and celebrating their continuing contributions. Black heritage acknowledges the resilience and bravery of those who came before us, while also acknowledging the ongoing barriers to equity and inclusion that are still present within Kitchener. Black heritage is Canadian heritage and should be deeply embedded in every Canadian's consciousness. Actively seeking a deeper understanding of Black heritage helps us understand the immense contributions that Black people have made to Canada and the global community. It also helps us to understand the systemic discrimination Black communities have historically faced, such as barriers to education, economic opportunities, justice, and even the right to live freely and safely. Anti-Black racism exists in our community to a significant degree and greatly impacts our family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues. The concerns of Black communities extend well beyond the month of February. It's also important to focus on Black futures. Black futures will offer insight into how best to address persistent inequities and disrupt the ways in which systemic discrimination continues to impact Black communities. One way residents can do this is by supporting Kitchener's small business community, including businesses owned by Black residents. The City of Kitchener is supporting Black entrepreneurs through organizations such as Liftoff, For Us Girls Foundation, and Bring on the Sunshine through our SDG Idea Factory and economic development programming. As an organization, the city continues to take steps to support Black, Indigenous, and other racialized members of our community. Since 2022, the city's RISE Fund has awarded almost $400,000 in grants to Black, Indigenous, and other racialized community-led programs, projects, and events. As part of the city's contribution to anti-racism and creating an inclusive, equitable, and prosperous society, we celebrate Black Heritage Month and envision Black futures and amplify and uplift Black heritage, stories, and voices. Please join me and all of Kitchener Council now in listening to the Hymn of Freedom to honor and celebrate the perseverance, strength, and rich heritage of African, Caribbean, and Black members of our community.
Join
you. And that video was prepared by our local members of our African, Caribbean, and Black members of our community a few years ago. And I noticed, one of the things it reflected on was Caravana, which, as you all know, for the first time last year, came to Kitchener, and it was just announced on Saturday night at the Titan game officially that, in fact, it will be returning this summer to downtown Kitchener as well. I'd now like to move to minutes for approval, and a motion by Councillor Ayo Aduni, the minutes of the regular meeting held January 20th, 2025, and the special meetings held January 20th and 27th, 2025, is mailed to the mayor and councillors, be accepted. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. You'll notice that there is, actually before I do that, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? There being none, we'll move up to item number 4, and under communications referred to file, you'll notice one flag request that's been approved, and that's for the Irish Real Life Festival, March 8th to 18th, 2025. We'll now move to presentations, and if I can invite Corey Bloom and Nadia Banton down to the podium, please. In 2015, the United Nations adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals which help guide the planet in terms of taking necessary steps in a variety of areas in order to better our world. And in 2018 and again in 2022, the City of Kitchener embraced those goals as part of its strategic plan. In 2023, the SDG Idea Factory opened its doors in the City of Kitchener at the corner of King and Queen as an innovative incubator designed to support sustainability, equity-deserving, and impact-based entrepreneurs looking to advance the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As a key investment of the city's Make It Kitchener 2.0 strategy and the Economic Development Investment Fund 2.0, it utilizes a truly collaborative approach. The SDG Idea Factory is owned and operated by the City of Kitchener, but is brought to life by key community partners who call it home. The Waterloo Region Small Business Centre stewards the SDG Idea Factory along with Liftoff by the Canadian Caribbean Association of Waterloo Region, the Waterloo Region Community Foundation, and KW Oktoberfest. Resident social entrepreneurs like the For Us Girls Foundation, Mott Mott Mind, Bring on the Sunshine, and the Community Company are advancing forward-thinking solutions to some of our community's most challenging issues. Together, these partners are delivering innovative programming that are at the intersectionality of the SDGs. For example, in 2024, the Small Business Centre launched the Early Sparks program, designed to help participants with the spark of an idea and turn it into an enterprise. They also introduced the Starter Company Global Goals Edition, a provincially funded program where participants learned how to integrate the UN SDGs into their businesses. Both examples lend themselves to our Make It Kitchener 2.0 strategy on innovative and barrier-free programming. In 2024, the SDG Idea Factory became part of a global network of United Cities and local government Local for Action hubs, currently the only Canadian location. And it has quickly become a model other communities are looking to learn from and replicate. It's really our privilege to share that last week at the 2025 Economic Developers Council of Ontario's Awards of Excellence, the City of Kitchener and the SDG Idea Factory were presented with the Excellence in City Building Award. The ETGO Awards represent the very best work that is happening across Ontario, and this award in particular recognizes an urban initiative that is doing extraordinary work in economic development with outstanding results. As we all know on our council, city building goes far beyond the physical building of our community. It's truly about the community coming together to build a place and a world for everyone to live in. This award is particularly special to all of us because it reflects Goal 17, partnerships, and recognizes how when we all come together as a community, the city and our intergovernmental partners, nonprofit organizations, our businesses, and our residents, we can all build a great Kitchener together. This award is really attributed to the incredible team that we have there along with those partnerships. And Corey Bloom and Nadia Banton are here. Corey Bloom is our Executive Director of Economic Development, and Nadia Banton is our Manager of the Small Business Center. And so I don't know if you want to add anything to this, but then I'll come up and we'll do a quick pick with the award. And please join me in congratulating Corey and Nadia and the team. We'll now move into delegations, and we have a fair number of delegations this evening, 21 or 22 to be exact. I do want to remind all delegations that the city values and encourages participation and dialogue in a democratic process that occurs in council and committee team meetings and through written submissions and correspondence. It's important that these interactions remain respectful towards other members of the public, staff, and council. In cases where dialogue is not respectful or a delegate interrupts the mayor, councillor, staff, or other delegations, makes derogatory statements about the mayor, councillor, staff, or others that is disrespectful, or uses hate speech or language that is considered harmful or defamatory, the chair may interject and take necessary actions to maintain a respectful and inclusive environment for everyone, which could involve removal from the meeting. One last reminder, delegations are permitted to address council for a maximum of 5 minutes, which will be displayed on the screens in front of you. When there's 30 seconds remaining in your time, you'll hear a small audio tone that will signal 30 seconds remaining. Please take that time to conclude your presentation, as there will be a second tone at the completion of your time, and the microphones will turn off shortly after the exceeded 5-minute mark. When there are 2 or more people as part of a single delegation, that delegation is given a total of 10 minutes. Lastly, please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us from you, our community members. And now we'll move into delegations, and the first item we have is Mrs. Nancy Ashley on winter sidewalk enforcement. Is Mrs. Ashley here? She is not, so we will move then on to item 6.2, the Kitchener Indoor Recreation Facility, and I'll call on Jonathan Lautenbach and Osama Siddiqui to provide a staff presentation on this item. Mr. Siddiqui, welcome.
Good evening, members of council. Before I get into the details of my presentation, I want to briefly take a step back and remind us all why recreation facilities like Kirk and the proposed gymnasium are so important to our community. I have spent the last 10 years of my career working in sport and seen firsthand the power of sport, the power to bring people of all ages together, to break down barriers and create lifelong memories. Memories like a child learning to swim, a teenager scoring the game-winning goal, or a senior staying active with their friends. The proposal before you today is not about constructing a building. It is about creating a space that will serve generations of residents, a place that over its lifespan will see tens of millions of visits as people come together to play, compete, and connect. The proposed gymnasium will add 4 full-size multipurpose courts to the Kirk facility, supporting fast-growing sports like basketball, volleyball, pickleball, and badminton, at both a community and competitive level. The gym is expected to bring in 150 to 200,000 annual visitors, contributing a third of Kirk's overall projected attendance, making it a major community gathering place for residents of all ages and backgrounds from all across Kitchener. In addition to meeting the significant need for indoor court space within our community, staff also anticipate that the addition of the gym will turn the Kirk facility into a true multi-sport tournament destination, bringing significant economic benefits for local businesses. Now let's look at the layout of Kirk and how the gym seamlessly integrates right into it. The gym in gray on the bottom left connects directly to the aquatic center, multipurpose rooms, and field house, creating a cohesive recreation space. The existing Kirk lobby, washrooms, change rooms, and parking all support the gym without the need for major new infrastructure, saving the city millions of dollars versus building a standalone gym in another location or at another time. This design ensures the gym doesn't just exist alongside Kirk. It works as an integral part of it, strengthening the facility's role as a premier destination for the community. Next, I'd like to share a couple of renderings that give us a glimpse of what this space will look like. Here you see the heart of the gymnasium in action. You can see multiple sports happening at once: volleyball, basketball, pickleball, all within a space designed for maximum flexibility. You can also see the upper mezzanine seating and viewing gallery, from where spectators can comfortably watch games from an elevated vantage point. From this elevated vantage point on the mezzanine, you can see the clear view of all courts below and to the left. You can also see 2 cricket batting cages to the right, a key feature that will make this facility one of the most diverse multi-sport centers in the region. As a reminder, back in September, Council directed staff to apply to the federal and provincial governments for $10 million in grant funding to help build the gymnasium. At the same time, you authorized up to $20 million in city debt funding for the project. So far, we have received positive feedback from both the federal and provincial governments. However, final decisions on our applications have been delayed, creating a significant risk for the project. Construction of the Kirk facility is now at a critical stage where a decision on whether or not to build the gym must be made. If we wait for final decisions from the federal and provincial governments before moving forward, the cost of the gym will increase by millions of dollars, and the opening of the gym, Kirk, or potentially both will be delayed by several months. Given these delays in federal and provincial grant decisions and the critical stage of the project, staff are recommending a path forward that balances fiscal responsibility with advancing construction of a much-needed community amenity, whilst also continuing to pursue these external funding opportunities. Staff have 3 recommendations for your consideration today. First, move forward with a 2-phased approach to build the gym, constructing the gym shell as a phase 1 now, and the interior elements as part of a phase 2 at a later date. Second, utilize the $20 million in debt funding that Council has already approved to fund phase 1 of the gym construction. And finally, continue advocating with the federal and provincial governments about the importance of them stepping up and helping to fund this important community facility so that phase 2 can be completed and the gym opened in 2026. So why take a phased approach? Practically, this approach allows us to get construction of the gym started immediately, preventing cost escalations and schedule delays. We know that waiting to make a decision on the gym would increase the total cost by anywhere from between $4 to $9 million, depending on how long we wait. This approach also provides more cost certainty and reduces the risk of external cost escalations, such as potential tariffs or counter tariffs. If staff get direction from City Council to proceed today, we can move quickly to lock in costs and start purchasing materials, minimizing exposure to counter tariffs and other external risks. By proceeding now, we can also keep trades that are currently on site engaged and working, avoiding costly remobilization if they have to leave and return later to complete their work. Strategically, this approach gives the city more time to continue to advocate with our federal and provincial partners about the importance of them doing their part to approve our grant applications and help build the gymnasium. It also gives us flexibility to make decisions on how and when Phase 2 of the gym will be completed once we have more information about our grant applications. I'll now hand it over to Mr. Laudenbach, who will walk council through the financial implications of staff's recommendations.
So looking at some of the financial implications of moving forward with the recommendations in the report, staff did conduct some sensitivity analysis in terms of looking at the revenues that will help support covering the debt that is expected for this addition to the Kirk facility. And what we found was that the indoor recreation DC reserve should be able to cover off the anticipated debt costs that are proposed. As always, it's preferable that any federal provincial funding that we can receive is always beneficial to offset any additional costs that we might have for our growth-related infrastructure. And part of the reason for that is because if we move ahead and if we are having to cover off the total cost of this facility, that may mean that indoor rec priorities may not move forward for the next 10 to 15 years. And so certainly, that's something that we flagged the last time this report came forward and is potentially still the reality should funding not come through. But what we did want to look at was, as we look at the balance of the indoor recreation DC reserve, we ran a few scenarios in terms of looking at grant funding that we might receive and the amount of debt that we would be looking at in terms of this addition to the facility. You see that the gray area is essentially the balance of the reserve under the scenario that we debt finance 20 million in terms of this addition and receive 10 million in grant funding. And you can see under that scenario that we feel comfortable that we have the capacity in the reserve to cover off those debt charges. If you look at other scenarios where the grant funding is much less than that, that would be the next scenario in the orange, where you see that the balance obviously is lower in terms of having to cover off those debt charges. And then worst case scenario where we're looking at fully funding the gym in terms of debt financing costs, you see that the reserve would dip down to significantly low levels in 2028. And so it's not recommended, and it is preferred that we do still seek the grant funding that we have applied for, but still have not heard from the levels of government regarding our applications. I think it's important to recognize that when this decision came forward to council back in the fall, the economic conditions were maybe a little bit different than what they are today, and so we just wanted to highlight some of the financial risks associated with moving forward. Obviously, people are aware of the potential tariffs and counter tariffs that have been proposed by the U.S., and there are ways that the IPD team is working to mitigate those potential risks in terms of the current project and also for advancing the work on this addition as well, and we'll continue to look to do so. There's always a risk that there could be future changes to DC legislation, and so that's certainly something that we've seen over the past many years. That potential still exists. I would say, though, that if there was a significant change to the DC framework that we operate under, that would be something that obviously would impact all municipalities, but it is a risk that should be considered. Certainly, there's always a risk with two potential elections, obviously the provincial election, which is underway, but also a federal election that could be coming this year, of potential changes to grant programs that could be canceled, and so that's something to be aware of as you consider the decision to move forward this evening. And then also, finally, considering the city's overall debt levels, we have had a period where we have seen our debt outstanding on a downward trend, and we're now starting to see that obviously go up as we start to debt finance some of the growth-related infrastructure in our community. We do anticipate, in addition to the Kirk facility, that we'll likely be taking on in the range of about $200 million in DC-related debt over the next 10 years. And so it's important to note that as we continue to consider debt as a tool, we have to consider, what those debt levels look like. And so we look at our levels in comparison to our annual repayment limit that the province sets. So they set a repayment limit of 25%. That is the maximum threshold. We would never get to that point, but that is what we are required to be under in terms of our total debt levels. And to ensure we don't get that high, we've set our own debt policy of 10% within our own policy. And so we see our forecasted debt in terms of non-DC debt, which represents about 3.5% of our own source revenues, and also consider the forecasted DC debt charges, not only for this facility, but other DC debt that we expect we're going to need to take on. That also makes up the difference for a total of 7.7%. Which is still below our debt policy of 10% for the city, and again, well below that 25% threshold set by the province.
Sorry, before you move from that slide, I just want to, can you, because the picture covers the percentages, can you just reiterate what each of those percentages are?
So it was 4.2% for the DC related debt, and 3.5% for the non-DC debt charges. So the total being 7.7 overall, compared to being under the 10%.
Thank you.
I'll now pass it back to Osama to finish up with the final slide.
As I conclude the presentation, I want to highlight again what this gym will mean for our community. It will welcome close to 200,000 visitors annually and support fast-growing sports for both adults and youth alike. It will drive economic benefits, attracting tournaments and supporting local businesses. And by building the gym now alongside Kirk, the city will save millions of dollars compared to delaying a decision or constructing the gym as a standalone facility. What we are already building at Kirk is a great, community-centered, and premier recreation destination, one that will stand out province-wide. But with the addition of the gymnasium, we are not just making the facility better. We are truly maximizing its impact, unlocking its full potential, and expanding the experiences we offer our residents. With that, staff are happy to answer any questions from members of council.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you for the presentation. We do have several questions from members of council, and we'll start with Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd be happy to move the staff recommendation when the time is right. I think it's also something important to know, and I'll seek to you to give clarification. The facility, Kirk as a whole, is, I think, one of the most environmentally friendly development that's proposed as a recreational facility, I think, across the nation, perhaps. This proposed addition that would encompass the carry forward environmental initiatives.
So hold on, you got to click yourself. Oh, or you have to click yourself in. There we go. Go ahead, Mr. Siddiqui.
Okay. Through the mayor, yes, the existing Kirk facility is being built as the city's first net zero carbon build, one of the Canada's most sustainable buildings. The existing, the gymnasium addition will continue all those features. It will also be part of a net zero build. And in addition, we are adding, as part of the budget, a full array of solar panels to the roof of the gym, which exceeds the levels that we're doing for the current build.
Okay, that's phenomenal. And I'm hoping that part of our grant application to both the federal and the provincial government will be specific to the fact that, again, this is a net zero facility.
Correct. And the federal application is actually for green and inclusive carbon buildings. So that is specifically highlighting, some of the sustainable benefits and the community benefits for the build.
Okay.
Yeah, Councillor Singh, I apologize. We have 3 delegations, my mistake. Can you hold the rest of your questions till we hear from them, and then we'll come back to you in the queue. Apologies. So our first delegation is Mr. Alistair Scorgie? Sorry, Alistair, how do I pronounce that correct? Scorgie, apologize. As someone whose name gets mistaken quite often, I try to get these things right.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Verbanedic and members of council. I am pleased to be able to attend tonight's council meeting in support of the Community Services Department recommendation to proceed with Phase 1 of the Kitchener Indoor Recreation Complex Gymnasium. My name is Alistair Scorgie. I serve as Director of Sport Hosting at Explore Waterloo Region. On a daily basis, I work closely with city staff in the realm of sport events, particularly events that drive tourism and economic impact to our community, with a focus on provincial, national, and international events. The Sport Hosting Office relies heavily on both public and academic recreation infrastructure to host these events. Our inventory of private sport facilities across the region is not sufficient to offset that demand. To that note, gymnasium space is no exception, with the majority of our current infrastructure located in post-secondary and secondary schools. These facilities, although plentiful, are incredibly difficult to access for sport hosting events throughout the majority of the year. This challenge is amplified by two of our post-secondary institutions that are 3-term and run through the summer. This is best exemplified by the current situation facing the Ontario Volleyball Championships, hosted annually at Rim Park in the City of Waterloo. Taking place each April, we are completely restricted in finding other host venues within Waterloo Region to support the event. It would be preferable for all parties involved to reduce the footprint at Rim Park by moving a portion of the event to a second venue. Right now, we have no options to do so until new infrastructure comes online. The Ontario Volleyball Championships drive approximately $7 million in economic activity for every weekend that they take place in Waterloo, usually 4 to 5 weekends each year. The new Kitchener Indoor Recreation Complex could become a second host venue as early as 2027 if construction advances as recommended, moving more of the economic impact of the event into Kitchener and reducing the strain that we currently see on our only venue at Rim Park. Currently, the primary deciding factor of whether or not we can host an event in our community is the availability of venues. We are regularly turning away events due to limited capacity with our sport hosting infrastructure. These events range in economic impact from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. The reality is that Kitchener and Waterloo Region as a whole have far outgrown our capacity that existed for sport. While our current inventory of assets may have been sufficient 20 years ago, it no longer meets the demands of a rapidly growing community. As I continue to struggle to find facilities to host events, the local clubs that we collaborate with are in the same boat. City staff are constantly challenged by the increasing demands for recreation programs, which often spill into my portfolio in tourism. Although my focus is on events and bringing visitors to our community, I am regularly contacted by local clubs desperate for facility space and looking for solutions. Basketball, volleyball, wrestling, pickleball, dodgeball, and on and on and on. The other delegates speaking this evening can articulate the impact that this has had on local sport for youth and adults better than I can. But I'm sure that the reality is not only that they've had to cut programming, but turn away residents who are looking for sport and recreation opportunities in their community. With both provincial and federal elections looming, I have no indications from my contacts within the ministries of sport that decisions on funding support for infrastructure are coming in the short term. It will likely be some time before we get results on the applications for infrastructure support at other levels of government. I believe that support is coming from provincial and federal levels of government in the long run, but municipalities are going to have to make the best decisions within their own control to keep projects on track. Despite the continued realities of inflation, potential for tariffs, and construction costs, delaying projects does not appear to be a viable option, with costs for these critical projects only expected to increase over time. This is not unusual for what we have seen in the last 5 years across Ontario and Canada. I have read the report on the gymnasium in detail, and on behalf of Explore Waterloo Region and the Sport Hosting Office, I fully endorse staff's recommendation to proceed with a phased build of the Kirk Gymnasium. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening in support of the project and in support of sport and recreation in our community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scorgie. And we do have a question for you. Don't leave yet. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Scorgie, for coming in. I'm wondering if you can touch on a little bit more about the economic impetus that this will be for our region. I think that you said, was it in the hundreds of millions of dollars that we're potentially losing out on?
It's hard to put a total number together. We calculate economic impact on each event that we host in the region. We do that by collecting data, and we use a tool called the Destinations International Economic Impact Calculator. So we look at the number of participants, attendees, and then we compile that with data from reputable sources like Stats Canada, which gives us a spending profile. So based on the length of the event, how many people come to the community, we can estimate how much they spend on hotel rooms, restaurants, retail, includes things like transportation, like gas stations, transit, and we get a number that we can ascribe to that event and say that event is worth X dollars. So for a smaller event, like a recreational regional basketball tournament, hundreds of thousands. For the Ontario Volleyball Championships, which bring about 35,000 people to Waterloo Region each year, it's in the millions, and approximately 7 million is our estimate for each weekend.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Where do you think we're losing out now to, like, what other communities are able to do these types of things that we're not able to do right now?
That's a great question. Within Ontario, our main competitors are London, Mississauga, Ottawa, really any municipality that kind of follows Toronto as a sport hosting destination. But it is a competitive process. We compete nationally for a lot of these events, so it's not just Ontario. We're competing against Halifax, Calgary, Winnipeg, and others. The cities that have invested in infrastructure and have capacity to host can host more events and drive more economic activity. So we are doing very well with what we have. Growth will certainly create more opportunities for us and also reduce the impact on recreation programming locally, which we want to make sure we are cautious of.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I have one question, Alistair, and you know, as you talk about these various events and so on that come to the community, obviously there is the economic impact that you've touched on, but often it involves hotel nights, and I think this is important to understand too, because those hotel nights not only bring revenue to the hotels themselves, but also bring revenue to the municipalities and to Waterloo Region Tourism, or Explore Waterloo Region, sorry, and that then leaves us dollars for festivals and events and other things that we want to invest in. So the more hotel nights we're using up, the more revenues we get, and it'll open up dollars for other areas. I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about the accommodation tax?
Yeah, so Explore Waterloo Region is primarily funded by a municipal accommodations tax. We do receive some funding from the Region of Waterloo and municipal partners, but our primary funding comes from that tax. It's a 4% tax on every hotel room that's booked in the community. What that means is the work that we do is primarily funded by spending of visitors that come to Waterloo Region. So we are not using local tax dollars to drive tourism and host these events. We're actually taking investment from visitors to our community and then reinvesting it to drive more spending. Events that drive a lot of hotel visitation certainly help us do that. But it allows us to create economic activity where money is coming into the community instead of being spent by the community. And that sometimes leads to capital legacies that we do at venues, community programming, legacy programs for sport. It creates opportunities for us to give back to the community through sport based on the spending of visitors and not just local taxpayers.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for that. That appears to be all the questions.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Mr. Paul Pavin from KW Predators Volleyball. Welcome, Mr. Pavin.
Good evening. My name's Paul Pavin, and I am president of the Kitchener-Waterloo Predators Volleyball Club. I want to thank Kitchener City Council for allowing me to address you tonight regarding the building of a quad gym to be included as part of the Kitchener Indoor Recreation Complex. The KW Predators Club has been in existence since 2007, teaching young kids from 6 to 18 years of age the game of volleyball. During that time, we have grown from 7 rep teams to our current number of 25 teams. We've been holding 25 teams for the past 8 years, with the main reason being we don't have enough facilities allowing more growth. The sport of volleyball is one of the fastest growing sports in North America. And given the fact that there are now 3 professional volleyball leagues in North America, I don't see that slowing down anytime soon. To illustrate the need for additional facilities, I will reference the recent trend in popularity of our sport. During the tryouts in September for our rep or travel teams, we had the largest number of athletes show up for tryouts that we've ever had. From the 700 boys and girls that tried out, we could only accommodate 250 to 270 spots at the various age groups. We're not in the business of turning kids away, but given the constraints we face with facilities being a major one, there's not really much we could do. To further illustrate the need for additional gym space, I'll refer to our youth programs and our summer camps. When we make our cuts, we direct many of the kids to the youth programs, of which there are 2 sessions, one in the fall and one in the winter. Again, given our constraints, we only have 200 spots available in each session, which fills up within 48 hours of opening up. The problem is that after 1 week, we have 500 young athletes per session signed up hoping for a spot. The situation with some summer camps is not much different. We offer 7 summer camps in July, which can accommodate 520 athletes. This number represents 60% of the athletes that sign up for camps. This year, we had to deny 410 athletes spots in the camps. Now, I think if we want to look at this on a larger scale, we have to understand that we are but one club that offers one sport. There are 2 other clubs in the area that are facing the same issues as we do. The Waterloo Tigers Volleyball Club and the Cambridge Scorpions Volleyball Club are, by provincial standards, large clubs also. I know that many of the kids will register with all 3 clubs, but I would suggest that that number I just gave you regarding the athletes that get onto a team or into a youth program or camps should be doubled. When you include the growth of pickleball and basketball, also 2 of the fastest growing sports, we can appreciate that we all have a need for additional facilities in our community, and the proposed quad gym would go a long way to addressing the shortage we currently have. All of the volleyball clubs, and I'm going to repeat some of the stuff that was just said, so bear with me. All of the volleyball clubs in our region play under the umbrella of the Ontario Volleyball Association, or the OVA. All teams that play under this umbrella play in OVA-sanctioned tournaments, which run from the beginning of November to the end of March. The OVA does not own its own facilities, depending on the member clubs to make facilities in their community available for tournaments. Most of the tournaments are run at high schools and university gymnasiums, with some being run at community-owned gyms. This serves as a great way for these facilities to earn revenue by doing nothing other than supplying a gymnasium. A host club, such as our club, would run either a single day or a 2-day weekend tournament with rental fees ranging approximately $2,500 per day. To put this in perspective, by the end of March, our club will have run 40 days of tournaments this session, providing $100,000 to the gymnasiums in the area. The benefits to the city would be the revenue from the rental, and the hosting club would benefit by having their teams not travel through the winter to other communities. Staying home instead of traveling is a huge bonus to our parents, in that the cost of travel, hotels, and meals, it adds up quickly for them. During the month of April, all OVA teams participate in the provincial championship. These championships are usually held at Rim Park in Waterloo, but in the last few years, 2 cities have had to act as hosts, as Rim Park is not big enough to host a whole event. This year, some teams will have to travel to Ottawa for their provincial championships. With a quad gym along with the field house, it is quite feasible that the whole provincial championship can be held in our community. The financial impact on our community will be enormous. There are approximately 1,000, well, actually, I know for sure now, there's 1,200 teams competing in the OVA right now. This means 12,000 kids, 24 to 28,000 parents coming into our community. There will be 14 tournaments during that month, with each lasting 3 days. This means that hotels and restaurants would enjoy a financial bonanza during the month of April. The economic impact would bring millions upon millions of dollars into our region, and that our athletes and parents would save thousands of dollars by being able to play the provincial.
Sorry. Paul, the system does that automatically. Can you just wrap up, please?
Pardon?
The system turns you off automatically. Can you just wrap up, please?
Yeah, I only have one small paragraph to finish.
Okay. Go ahead.
The benefits of a quad gym in our community are enormous and long overdue. Hopefully, City Council will see all the positive that comes by approving this facility, and we can take advantage of all the benefits that come with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pavan, for coming in. I guess my question is, when it comes to the tournament that's held at RIM, how is this facility going to complement the whole tournament in itself? Like,
Well, when I saw the pictures, RIM Park can supply us with, including their rinks, they supply us with 27 courts. And when I looked at the map of the facility that is being proposed, the gyms can supply 4, but the field house can supply another 13. So we can put an additional 17 courts in Kitchener to make up for what's going up to Ottawa at the same time.
that's perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. I just wanted to get that confirmation. I think the growth that you've mentioned is a big testament to yourself and your family in promoting volleyball in our community, and I really do appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Ioannidis asked a similar question, but wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for all of the sport and professionalism and community building that you have provided over the years. Myself being one of the athletes and one of the lucky kids who got chosen to play on a team and didn't have to get cut and then have nowhere to go. So I'm really happy for the opportunities that, through your organizations have enabled me with, and learning lots of life lessons, not just athletic ones, but many that I still apply today, even around this horseshoe. So thank you for that. And yeah, my question was around the distance between RIM Park and the Kirk Centre. That's about 23 minutes. And having played in many of the gyms locally, is that 23 minutes reasonable? I know the University of Waterloo is a little bit closer, but is it really going to enable us to hold big tournaments like OVA?
Yeah, the way a volleyball tournament runs, you're put into pools of 4, and those pools of 4 will stay in a given facility for the whole day. And the second day when you're repooled into a pool of 4 again. Mm-hmm. That could move to Kitchener or Waterloo from where you are, mm-hmm. which is really irrelevant because you just go in the morning to where you're going. So there's really no movement within the day. It's from day to day when the movement occurs, and you'll know where you're going at that time. So that's not a factor at all, actually.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Those are all the questions we have. Thanks, Mr. Pavan, for coming in and for all of the great work that you and all the volunteers do with the association, and obviously your family's commitment to the sport as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And our last delegation on this item is Mr. Mike Quigley from the KW Youth Basketball Association, and I should say also part of the Titans, and congratulations on last night's win. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thanks for this opportunity to speak with you regarding this project. My name's Mike Quigley. I am the executive administrator of the KW Youth Basketball Association. We are the largest not-for-profit basketball organization in the area. We currently have 25 rep teams and 62 house league teams. Represent about 1,100 kids. In general, when we have our tryouts in September for our rep teams, we generally have at least twice as many players try out as we have spots available. Our limitation always, one of our limitations obviously is having certified proper coaches, but the main problem we have is having enough gym space. We are fortunate in that a number of the kids that don't make a rep team, we have house league teams. We have house league teams available for them. But where we lack is we have a lot of rep teams practicing in gyms that aren't the gyms that they're going to be playing in. They're practicing in elementary schools, and then they go to their league games in Toronto, and they're playing on the Pan Am Center. Or they're going to some of these new prep academies that have full gym availabilities. We do use Rim Park, but it's very limited in how much time we can get in there. And so anything that adds to our ability to create a better opportunity for our players and give them the best that's available so that they can fulfill their dreams, we are definitely in favor of. Again, basketball is growing tremendously, and especially in this area, it's growing even more than in other areas, and part of that is, we have a couple of people who are leading it especially for the kids to view, like Jamal Murray. And then keep in mind this next name, Will Riley, because he will be there in a year or two. So we have players who are able to make that move, and they definitely need the opportunities. On the other thing, for the past 15 years, as executive administrator, I've been the lead in having the YBA host at least one age group of Ontario basketball championships, which occur anywhere from end of March through till June. Every weekend is a different age group. We have been hosting at least one age group each year. Part of the reason that we tend to stay toward the end and have the older groups. This year we're hosting U16 boys, and we've done that for the past 4 years. Is that the other gyms aren't available for us. We would be able to have more than one if we had another gym available for us. Again, we don't bring in the numbers that Ontario Volleyball does, but we bring in probably 1,200 to 1,400 players. So you double or triple that in terms of number of parents that are coming and doing all the things that they're going to do for the weekend while they're here. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thanks very much, Mike. There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for all the great work you and all the other volunteers do to help grow the sport of basketball in our community.
It's my privilege.
Thanks so much. Okay, so with that, we'll move back into questions. If I can ask folks to kick in, the order I had from before was Paul, Bill, Debbie, Mark, Stephanie, and Jason. Councillor Singh, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. The next question I was really going to ask, beyond the environmental components of the facility, was about the debt servicing. You know, the price point that's being proposed, additional debt of 20 million on top of what the other, you know, the larger aspect of the facility is going to be. It's a tremendous amount of money. Anyone reading it would seem it's substantive as a sticker shock. But I think it's important for us to continually resonate that this is development driven, meaning it's paid for through development charges. Can you or Mr. Lautenbach give a little bit detail on that?
I think that's a Mr. Lautenbach question. So, Mr. Lautenbach?
So through the chair, you're correct, Councillor Singh. The debt that's being proposed for this facility is being recovered from development charge revenue that will come in over time. And so when we looked at the revenue based on indoor recreation, there's sufficient funds to service that debt, but it's not coming from the tax base. It's fully funded from development charges.
So it would, the debts that's being sought for, it's going to get paid through DC charges. It's going to get, the debt servicing will be from DC charges. Essentially, it's development that's happened and future development that will pay for the entirety of this facility.
That's correct. It's current DC funds that will help service that debt and also future DC collections.
And the building of the facility, operations aside, will be not impacted on the tax base.
The capital costs of the facility are fully covered from development charges. The operating costs related to the facility, there may be a tax component to it, but it's also user fees that will help recover the cost of the programming that goes into that facility.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification. I think it's important for us to continue to note it. Sometimes that can be forgotten and, you know, we lose some of the audience, that even though the facility is absolutely needed in a community. The last part I really want to address is the fact that the current recommendation proposes to proceed forward, but really does reflect that we don't have the ability to complete the facility to its optimal use. It's really building the shell of it because we don't want to lose out on the efficiencies of building it together. We really need to continue on seeking the federal and provincial funding to make sure that we get the full utilization of the facility. It's going to allow you to kind of elaborate more on that if you can.
Sorry, Mr. Siddiqui, 1 second. Go ahead.
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Singh. We are asking to use the debt already approved to build Phase 1. And we need the federal and provincial partners to step up and approve our grant applications for us to be able to complete Phase 2 of this gym.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Next up, I have Councillor, let me go back to my original list. Councillor Ioannidis, you were up next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. I guess my questions are, can you on the one slide, I saw how many visitors that the facility will have in addition. It was 150,000 to 200,000? I can't recall. It went so quick.
Yes, Councillor Ioannidis. 150 to 200,000 annual visits is just for the gym. That's in addition to 380,000 that we project for what we're building right now at Kirk.
Okay.
So it'll be about a third of the overall projected attendance will be from the squad gymnasium.
So are we factoring in tournaments as well, or is this just general use?
So this does factor in tournaments, but it's not factoring in, you know, a significant level like the kinds of attendance levels that Mr. Pavin has talked about with the OVA. That would bring in even more visitors.
Okay. And then the same thing with the use of the other indoor facility. We could do the same thing with pickleball?
Correct. So if to host pickleball would be hosted at the proposed quad gymnasium.
Okay. Do we have an update on where the facility is now with construction-wise?
I'll defer to Mr. Bex to answer that.
Mr. Bex?
Yep, thank you. Through the chair. Construction on the base build is proceeding. If you are able to see the video images that are online, you'll see that the foundations and footings are in for nearly the entire facility, and the steel structure is going up. The steel is, in the next couple of weeks, going to be start to be installed on the field house portion.
Okay. So are we on schedule?
Yes, we are in fact on schedule.
Are we on budget schedule?
Yes, we are on budget schedule.
Okay, music to my ears. I guess this will be to Mr. Lautenbach. I know, just to follow up on Councillor Singh's questions with regards to the debt servicing. We're still going to be still servicing debt, still going to have some cost to it, correct?
Just 1 second. Mr. Lautenbach.
So through the chair, there certainly is the interest cost of debt, but that interest is recovered fully from development charges.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear because I know there's still going to be a cost, but if I'm assuming correctly, based on, and I'll come through my comments later, that turbulent times, we're going to see interest rates go down, is what I'm guessing. So I think we'll have some savings there.
Sorry, Mr. Lautenbach, did you want to just comment on that? I guess that'll
Sure.
depend on when
So-
we access the debt.
Absolutely. Through the chair, we have seen that interest rates are starting to come down, and so we've already seen the benefit of lower rates. We're hoping that trend continues by the time that we issue the debt for the facility.
Great, thank you. Next, from the original queue, I have Councillor Chapman. Oh,
Yeah, all right. Thank you. This, I think, is also a question for Mr. Lockenbach. If we didn't put the 20 million toward the construction of the gymnasium, what other projects could it be used for?
Mr. Lautenbach?
So through the chair, the debt that we're contemplating is specifically for indoor rec in terms of advancing this project. So there's nothing that we have in the queue right now that we would be recommending debt financing for. Certainly if there was another development charge related growth project that came forward, we could consider debt as a financing tool. Certainly this was something that we looked at when the grant applications became available, and we knew that we needed to fund a portion of the facility, and so that's why debt is being proposed for part of the cost for this addition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, I have Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. My question is around integrated services within the building. So when we were advocating at AMO, the Minister of Sport, Neil Lutzman, spoke about this as being a priority in integrating, an example he used was physiotherapy being accessible. But having listened to some of our delegates talking about capturing some of those tourism dollars, like, how else in this building does this expansion allow us to capture more of those services or like integrated services, I guess?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I would say is there's no dedicated space currently allotted for medical type uses as I think you're inquiring about. There is a significant multi-purpose space which will be available for rent or for programming, where we will program live fit type activities to support the users. There is also the walking track. We're designing a dedicated area for stretching and warm up and cool down in the area. So I think there are those kinds of auxiliary uses.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stretch. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vivanovic. We heard tonight delegations from volleyball and basketball, and pickleball is going to be part of this gymnasium. We did see a picture of all three sports going at the same time, but I wonder if you might explain the technology of the floor in the gymnasium that would allow full-out tournaments for volleyball and for basketball and for pickleball.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take that one. So in decisions on internal things like the flooring have not been made because frankly, we need that extra funding. We're not asking for approval to proceed. So we can't give you a solid answer today. When the federal and provincial governments give us our money, then we'll be able to make those types of decisions.
Okay. No, I just had heard there's some awesome technology that we might be able to put into place. So we'll talk about that later.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions that we have of staff. Councillor Singh, you indicated you'd like to move the motion?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Great, and do I have a seconder? Councillor O'Dooney, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Singh, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think this is a happy moment for us to be able to take some leadership to proceed on broadening the scope of what this facility means.
Sorry. Is Councillor Deneau in the queue for questions or comment? Councillor Deneau?
Hi, sorry, questions.
Okay. We'll come
Keep throwing away my flow, Mr. Mayor.
This is what happens when you're not live. I just had a question. If we didn't do it, if we didn't, provide funding for, or have some of the funding provided from the government and the rest from us, what is the loss for economic spin-off revenue for the city by losing, tournaments and such?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I cannot give you a specific number, but here's what I can tell you. We have already been in discussions with representatives from 2 provincial level tournaments about hosting their tournaments in this gym. So this is not some theoretical exercise. If we build this gym, there will be many minor sport tournaments as well as both provincial and I would say federal level tournaments. If I understand correctly today, one of the delegations made the point, and I think it bears repeating, that just the one tournament, the Ontario Volleyball Championships, brings in $7 million every weekend they're here, and they're here for 5 weekends. And so I think that this is not a small amount of money that we will bring to local businesses in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh, back to you, and thanks for your patience.
Well, I'm not as young as I used to be, so I forget half of what I was thinking, so I'll really do my best. I think one of the words that we continue to hear in repetition was premier facility, and that's exactly what this is going to be. I think absolutely in Kitchener and the region, if not Ontario, and most certainly as a net zero facility nationally as well. So that's a lot of accolades to accomplish. This facility will build future athletes that will be able to compete internationally. So, I mean, this is really ensuring we're building the right community for our future youth. The quad gym can create, again, as an economic driver of attraction, of tournaments, but not only that, I do see it, if there is a ever off time, we see larger gathering of community events that require indoor utilization. I would hope that this facility can be opened up in a way that we can have celebrations where space can be signed up as well. So that broadens the scope of what it can provide as an overall net benefit to the community. And then the other part I asked as a question is about what the cost is. Obviously, we know, but the cost, what we're doing is creating a shell of a building. I think it needs to be said over and over again, and I hope my colleagues will repeat this, we're making the right decision to take the debt to build the shell of the building. That doesn't mean that everything that we heard from the delegations that we can achieve, that the intended goal and benefit to create recreational space. Much of that will have to be in partnership. It will be crucial for us to seek funding from the province and the federal government, and for them to create, to come to the table as partners. Again, this will be a facility that will service, across the province of attraction, and I hope that our future efforts through you, Mr. Mayor, as you do lobby the province and the federal government, that we get those necessary dollars. Because just building it and having it sit empty does not achieve anything. We need it thriving, we need it vibing, and achieving its full intended goal. I'm happy to support this. I just want to repeat one more time, I've said this many, many times before as we discussed this. This is exemplary of what development can do. As the community grows fast, so does it, bringing development charges, which helps to bring facilities and new assets that don't just help that future that development that's happening now, but helps residents from across the city, and this is an example of that. So thank you to staff, the integrated planning development team, of what we can do when we collaborate together as teamwork. Kudos.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor O'Dooney, I'll go to you next as the seconder.
Thank you very much. I can go ahead with my comments? Okay, fantastic. I want to first say a big thank you to staff for the great work that they've done so far on this. Really excited about this facility, the videos, the pictures, the conversations. I'm excited about the amenities, excited about the potential in terms of economic impact. I do believe that we're making the right decision here, and I'm fully happy to support this as well.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dooney. Next up, I have Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. And first of all, I want to thank the delegates for coming in. It's not only been obvious to us here in that, event space and sports space and rec space in general is bursting out of its seams. And we do appreciate the commitment that you guys and your organizations provide to our community on definitely creating a better lifestyle for the residents that we represent. So again, thank you for that. From the beginning, when we first approved the whole complex, I don't know, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I can't remember. I'm getting old like Paul too. So, but I didn't really feel comfortable leaving the gym space out, because I knew in my head with construction that, just to bring back the crews back and everything else, to get everything going, and, we're probably just increase the costs by 25% by bringing them back. And, but, at the time, we had to weigh everything. And I think what makes me feel much better about this, outside of all the hundreds of benefits that this offers, this facility, is we have a lot of uncertainty in the world right now, in particular, with the federal election and the provincial election, and more importantly, this tariff war that we seem to be dealing with, and quite frankly, I feel like we're going to end up paying quite a bit more than what we're going to have to if we wait any further. In addition, as I mentioned earlier about the debt servicing too, I feel like I think we're going to see a little bit of at least a discount in servicing that debt. But more importantly, my time on this council, the way we've dealt with servicing debt has been nothing but exemplarily. So we managed debt before in the past, and we managed to pay a significant amount of that down over the years. So I have full confidence not only with our staff, but as well as council and even future councils in the way we manage our debt servicing. So I'm happy to support the recommendation, even though it's just a shell. I mean, we still need our other partners, but I mean, to get the ball rolling, to get everything that we need to make sure that we can save these costs. And the impotence of that was all this uncertainty, and especially these tariffs. And I feel it's imperative now that we do move forward with at least phase one.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I actually am going to, Councillor Singh's requesting, and I am going to echo his comments in terms of approval of this. To be 100% clear, if we approve what's before us today, we are not approving the quad gym. We are definitely not approving the quad gym just yet. And in fact, months back, I voted against it even coming back to us if we did not get any federal or provincial funding, because the reality is we are facing significant infrastructure challenges going forward, as every municipality is across the country, and I didn't think we could necessarily afford to do the full thing on our own, and this report says that we still can't. We are relying on our federal and provincial partners. So I know that the mayor in our office is doing everything for advocacy as well, but for those of you that are here for that piece, I would encourage you to contact your MPs, and when we know who your MPPs are, to contact them as well to help advocate for the finishing of this facility, because I am not certain that it will get finished without that provincial and federal help. Last thing I just want to touch upon too, for those of you that are concerned about, whenever I hear the word debt, my hair on the back of my neck goes up a little bit. I'm very debt averse. But it is important to note that what DCs mean, a lot of folks don't fully understand how this is being funded, but this is not going on people's taxes. It's not being added to your taxes to fund this facility. DC's development charges that's a fee that we collect whenever a new home is built or purchased. So some of that money is in our account from people that recently bought, and some of the funding going forward, we're in debt. It will come from new people that move to our community that buy new homes. That will fund that as well, and it's also covered off. Even the interest is covered off by that funding as well. So just an important thing to note going forward, that you don't need to worry about your individual taxes going up as a result of this decision we're making today. Having said that, I will support it. I do think it is only going to be a lot more costly going forward, as others have pointed out. So I do support building the shell, but please advocate to the senior levels of government along with us. Let them know that we've set the ball for them, and it's up to them to spike it, to use the analogy. Thank you.
Oh, like what you did there. Thanks, Councillor Davey. Councillor Michaud, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff for all the hard work that you've done, and the delegates for doing the right thing and supporting the youth in our community. With all the heavy, based on, similar to what Councillor Ioannidis said, we have a lot of heavy issues going on today. This is a bright light for Kitchener that will benefit so many kids and businesses in our community. I also want to add that this is a great addition to the only community center we have in Southwest Kitchener. So we now have one in Ward 4 and one in Mr. Iduni's ward. So I'm excited about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the delegations that came in to spoke of the importance of a facility like this. Thanks to our staff for your diligence in finding ways to save money and make financial sense. It was said that this just isn't a building. This is a place for people to come and connect. And as I'm hearing everything, I look back at our strategic plan where we want to build a connected city, a caring city, economically thriving city, a caring city. This will be a place where all that happens. And we heard a lot about the economic benefits of tournaments, but there's also going to be the everyday value from our minor sports organizations accessing this facility. It's going to serve so many uses. As I sit here on council today, very privileged and honored to be in a position to make decisions that are going to impact the future. I have nieces and nephews, and I just know that at some point their kids are going to be using this facility, and it's a real honor to be able to be part of a decision-making process like this that brings value now and in the long future.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. And Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I do want to thank staff too for all the work that you've done to this point and that you continue to do as you as you dream about it. And listening to Mr. Siddiqui tonight, I really liked how you framed the whole conversation around kind of where we're going with this, and also, it is a bit of a dream right now, but it's a really good dream. And as I can't remember which counselor said it, but that it's really nice to have something positive to be looking forward to in the future. So thank you very much for that. I also wanted to point out that I think that what this is going to be used for are some different sports that we haven't really had the space to do things with before. I think of all the kids in my ward that play basketball, how basketball facilities at the Victoria Hills Community Center at Forest Heights are so well used, and really with the cricket pitch that's going in, but also with the batting cages and that, we're actually working with different people in our community that we haven't been providing access to facilities before. So that's really exciting. So I am debt averse as well, Councillor Davey. So I'm with you on that. But to me, with the economic benefit that we hear and know that's going to come with this, is something that I think we can feel more comfortable moving forward with. I'd like to ask for a recorded vote too, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. There doesn't appear to be anyone else in the queue, so I'll just make a few comments myself. I too want to thank, first of all, the delegations that came in tonight to talk about this. As Council will recall, we've had other delegations, including soccer and cricket and others, who came in for the earlier phase that's now under construction. And I think it speaks to the passion of our local sporting community and the incredible work that they do to support primarily all the young people, but others in our sporting community across a whole range of sports. And I know all of those different associations and leagues are supported by Mr. Shane, who's here from our community services sporting team. In recognizing the volunteers, I also want to recognize all of the staff that did the work to bring this report to us. And most importantly, this is one of the most comprehensive reports I've seen in some time. We get a lot of great work on a regular basis from staff, but I think staff recognized that this was a decision that needed a certain level of depth for council to fully understand the decision that they were making, and I think this report helped achieve that. And so I want to acknowledge both Mr. May as the GM of Community Services, Mr. Lautenbach, our CFO, as well as Mr. Bex and Mr. Siddiqui and Ms. Morlag-Silk, who I know were the core team, and there were many other people who worked with them, but that was the core team that helped get this to council this evening. Fundamentally, I believe that the two-phase approach that's being recommended by staff is the responsible way to go forward when we consider all of the information and all of the facts that are before us. It allows us to maximize the efficiencies of the integrated project delivery while we have crews on the ground and avoiding a cost escalation that will be required either due to worker remobilization, the loss of efficiencies that happen from continuing on with the teams that are in place, as well as cost inflation and other impacts that would be incurred if we saw this, if we saw us not moving forward with this at the present time. I also like the two-phase approach because it keeps our federal and provincial partners feet to the fire in terms of our expectation that they need to come forward as partners on this project. We know that they have many pressures that they're dealing with, but fundamentally this is a key project to support the growth that we're seeing in the southwest part of the city and in the city as a whole, because this will be a facility that not only serves our residents in throughout the entire city, but in fact, as we heard today, sport tourism through the entire region and far beyond. And so, you know, when you consider all those things, when you consider the financial aspects, when you recognize that as a council, we've always been very prudent and fiscally cautious in terms of our financial decisions, we're finding this balance in terms of taking on the piece that's reasonably expected of us, trying to maximize the efficiencies that happen by actually proceeding with the project now, and looking to our federal and provincial partners as appropriate to fund things. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that both the MP, Tim Lewis, and the MPP until the election was called, Mike Harris Jr., have both been very supportive in terms of our advocacy efforts in terms of this work, and certainly it'll be our intention to continue with Mr. Lewis and with whoever is the MPP after February 27th to continue to keep that pressure on both the federal and provincial governments in terms of our funding. So again, I will be supporting this, and I just want to thank everyone for their work in getting this to this point. So with that, a recorded vote has been called. Please vote. And that is carried unanimously. Great. Thank you. Thanks everyone for coming in. We'll now move on to the next item in our agenda, which is item 6.3, the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 4611 King Street East. And we have 4 delegations for this item. The first delegation is the applicant, and as it is 3 different people, both Mr. Flewelling, LJ Mian from LJM Developments, and Andrew Steinsky from Paradigm Transportation Solutions. They have 10 minutes to make their presentation, their combined presentation. Welcome, gentlemen.
Go ahead. Yeah. Respectfully, my name is LJ Mian. I'm the president and CEO of LGM Development. We are Burlington-based high-rise developer. We built the first tallest building of Burlington. We built in Grimsby, Hamilton, Etobicoke, and another building in Burlington, and we have about 7 buildings to go. Niagara Falls, Lincoln, and a few other municipalities, including Cambridge and Kitchener. We are very happy to be here and recognize that staff has done diligently work with us and with our consultant, and have done a remarkable job in very short time. And we are also grateful to the councillor for interacting with the community as well as with us. And we have come to a conclusion whereby, you see, when it was deferred, so we have come up with a workable solution, which our consultant Brennan is going to present to you. With your permission, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Meehan. In response to the comments that we heard at the PSIC meeting of January 27th, we took careful notes, and Mr. Meehan was listening as well. And a revised development proposal is in front of council this evening versus what was seen at the public meeting. As outlined in the staff report, the proposed changes would reduce the total number of dwelling units in the development from 726 to 583. The same number of parking spaces would continue to be provided, which would be 493 parking spaces. This would increase the residential parking rate to 0.75% spaces per unit. And overall, the heights of the buildings to coincide with the reduction in total number of units, the total heights of the building have been reduced to 26 stories closest to King Street. Previously, that was at 33. And the tower internal to the site has been reduced to 18 stories in total height. This is an overall reduction of 11 stories of total height from the initial development that was first heard at the neighborhood meeting, and also last week or 2 weeks ago at the Planning Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting.
We think these are pretty significant changes, and we think they're very responsive to the comments that we've heard from the public and from council as well during the questions. And with that, Mr. Andrew Steinsky is here from Paradigm. We heard last time traffic was a key issue, and we just wanted Andrew to say a few words about the traffic impact study, as well as maybe speak to these reductions in the total number of units. And then with that, we're happy to answer any questions that council may have of us.
Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, so my name is Andrew Steinsky, and I'm with Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited. We prepared an initial transportation impact study for this site last July, and then we prepared a subsequent submission in December to reflect MTO, Region of Waterloo, and City of Kitchener staff comments. And our study in December analyzed the previous development proposal with north of 700 units. And so any of the findings in that study would be considered conservative as compared to the proposal that's in front of you this evening. And as Brandon mentioned, I'm here tonight if there are any specific questions related to transportation, and I'd be happy to answer.
Wonderful. Well, thank you to the three of you for coming in this evening, and there are some questions. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Mr. Meehan and your consultants. I'm glad to see the reduction in the building height. This was something that was asked in ensuring that we have a better transition from a low-rise neighborhood. And I think initially it was, the rear was 22 stories, so it's a reduction of 4 stories at least in the back, and a better transition to the 26 stories. So this is a substantive shift from the initial application. I think my quick calculation is 143 unit reduction. Can you remind me again, what was the initial parking ratio that was?
0.57%.
Sorry?
0.57.
0.57, and now it's 0.75, so it is a increase in the parking ratio. One more question. Look, at the end of the day, market does dictate the type of development it's going to be. This is your development application at a minimum of 0.75. Wanted to take your assessment. If the market dictates that more parking is required, can the development handle increased parking as part of the podium?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'll give you an example. What we built in Burlington, the tallest building, and it was completed in 2013. As of today, 12 years, we are sitting on 18 parking worth over $1 million. Nobody is interested. So you see, the things have changed with the Uber, with the Facebook, with other transport. It's really requirement has come down, you know, and public transit also, and LRT. So this is more than sufficient, to be very honest.
So irrespective of what the ultimate occupancy is going to be, rental or condo ownership, are the parking units tied to the units itself, or are they going to be
unbundled?
Unbundled, so that way it can easily be managed depending on the occupants.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Meehan, the other thing that we had asked as members of council, the application that's being made really puts a basis on higher order of transit being the rationale of why development of this height and density should be allowed in a commercial current zoning and adjacent to a low-rise neighborhood. I think your consultant had outlined it's about 100 meters away from the boundary of the MTSA. That's as outlined in our Growing Together strategy. So the rationale is for transit, but that also means that there should be some affordable housing contingent to it as well. Your initial application didn't have it. I know that through your consultant you had referenced that you would do 10 units. Again, the initial ask was to see a more substantive because of the number of units. Although 10 is a step in the right direction, do you have the ability to confirm if you could do more than the 10 units outlined?
Thank you, Councillor. So for 726 units, we had offered 10 affordable units. Now that the number of units have come down to 583, we are still maintaining 10 units. And I'll just give you an example. Recently, we got in Hamilton, only 3 units in that building. In London, we got approval, only 3 units. So 10 are very sufficient, and we have not reduced by reducing, 143 units in the total overall scheme of things.
Okay, I'm going to look at my colleagues to ask you probably similar questions. I think the ask is still to see more closer to the 20 units, to the size of the development this is going to be, and the fact that it is reliant on transit. Hopefully you can provide a little more rationale and seeing if there's ability for you to transition closer to the 20 unit. The last question I'll ask is, how will these affordable units be tied? Are you going to make a agreement with an affordable housing provider, with the region of Waterloo? What's your intention?
Yeah, we have done some exercise in Cambridge as well, and the region is the same. So what happened is it's 15 years rental and 20% below the market. So they have a formula, and this is how these units are handed over to the region, and they, do whatever they want to do. But the rental that they will pay will be 20% less for 15 years.
So 20% below market.
Yeah.
And is that based on the CMHC guidelines of affordable housing?
Well, there is a formula that's given by the region.
Or so it will be set by the region?
Yeah,
with
that's
the
right.
region
We'll work with the
requirement
region on that point,
of
yes.
what the affordable housing is. Okay, hopefully other members of council will ask you a little more on the affordable housing. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Vrbanovic, and thank you for coming in, gentlemen. I do appreciate some of the work that, that you've compromised on some of the floors and stuff. And I didn't see the 10 in here in the report. So you're saying that 10 affordable housing is in here because it's not in the report?
Because these were, I guess, in the last meeting, these were, at the outset, so they can be incorporated 10 affordable units.
Okay. So, and if I heard you guys correctly, the affordable units are going to be the 80%, correct? Okay. Do you feel that your 10 units of affordable is justifiable?
Yeah, 10 units are absolutely fine, yeah, compared to the other municipality, what we are doing.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Next up, I have Councillor I'm not sure why Councillor Deneau keeps bumping down on the list. I'm going to go to Councillor Deneau next because he was in the queue actually earlier. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's technology for you. My apologies, gentlemen, for not being there tonight. My intention was to, but unfortunately I'm dealing with whatever's going around in our community. So I want to thank you, Mr. Mann and Brandon, for meeting with staff and I last week, and reducing the amount of height in the two buildings, thus increasing, the parking ratio. But I do have a few questions. Mr. Mann, you talked about the Burlington development and that there are parking spots not being utilized. That specific development you're referring to, is that right beside a access point to the 401 West or 401 East?
This is,
I guess it would be the QEW in that case.
Yeah, it's north of QEW. It's on Appleby and Upper Middle.
So, would it be? So, I guess what I'm getting at is it 150 meters away from an access point to either the QEW?
Maybe slightly more, yeah. But the bus runs from there, direct to the GOES train station. And also 407 is about 2 kilometers from there.
Okay. And so when we met last week, I believe I know I mentioned, out of all the locations in that part of Kitchener, why this specific location when we know that our Growing Together East is going to focus on the other side. I guess it would be the north side where Sports World is, Costco, and the old cinema. And so why this specific location out of all the locations you could have chosen over there?
Yeah, this is a very good question. And, you know, we specialize in vertical construction, and I've attended a number of seminar and reports and, you know, planning. When Burlington being planned, we got the consultant from Vancouver. And if you go Vancouver, all the tall building that you see on the main arteries. And with 401, you must have seen in Cambridge, there are 4 buildings, rental have come up. Those are also Burlington developer. So you have to have, you know, a gateway, and this is what is going to serve as an iconic gateway. This is the perfect location, you know, in front of the 401, so people can see, they can get out from there without much of a, you know, challenges. So as far as the location is concerned, for a high-rise building, this is the most perfect location from that angle, and you can talk to any consultant who specializes in a vertical construction.
Yeah, okay, and I appreciate that answer. I guess I would argue those consultants don't live in that specific location with a 20-story towers in their backyard. So I will take, you know, what they have to say with a bit of a grain of salt because they don't live there. Lastly, my last question is for Mr. Steinsky. For Paradigm, when you guys are doing your traffic analysis, are you looking at safety or are you just looking at distribution rates?
Thank you, Councillor, through the mayor. So generally, we're looking at level of service and the ability for the road network to accommodate demands from this sort of development. In this specific case, King Street was under significant construction at the onset of our study. So we've actually used traffic volumes that were in the Stage 2 LRT traffic impact assessment as a means of estimating the net impacts of this development on the corridor.
Okay, so when these TISs come out, there is no regards for safety of movement. It's just basically pure movement of cars and how long it takes to turn left or how long it takes to turn right?
To an effect, in this specific instance, we've also looked at the the distance of the driveway to, say, the on-ramp to the 401. There is a guideline for that spacing, and the driveway is at its furthest west location on the site that it could be located from that on-ramp onto the 401.
And what is that guideline?
It's published in the Ministry of Transportation highway guidelines. Forgive me, I don't have the specific dimension in front of me tonight, but it is published by the Ministry of Transportation in their access management guidelines for the highway network. And that does depend on the classification of highway, anything from controlled access in the case of 401 to a 2-lane rural provincial highway such as Highway 6 north of Mount Forest, for example.
Okay, so you don't know if it's 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters?
Yeah, I don't have the number in front of me. That the driveway is as far as it could be from that ramp with the dimensions that the site provide.
Okay.
All right.
Great, thanks.
I'll cue back in.
Thanks, Councillor Deneau. If you have more, you can cue back in. Next up, I have Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for making some adjustments so far. I still, and I'm not an expert, I'll say that, I still have issues with the traffic. I'm familiar with the area. I drove out there. I am not able to visualize the plan for turning right and then making a U-turn if you want to head back in to Kitchener. I'd love to see visuals of that. And I'm looking ahead to when there are more traffic volumes. So help me understand how this is going to be safe for those who are living in that building and the traffic that's on the road already.
So through the mayor, in our initial submission in July, we had assumed that the LRT was in place so that U-turns would be at signalized intersections, 2-Lane Street as one example, and the other one would presumably be at the 401 interchange. Unfortunately, that level of detail is sort of beyond the scope of our study because it would have to take into account traffic from any other properties that are on the same side of King Street as this applicant. Now, in December, we did update our study to reflect the median that was installed by the region in 2024. At several locations, they have put in gaps. There are dedicated lanes that vehicles merge into, and then they are able to U-turn as they see fit with a gap in the opposing traffic stream. There is also a U-turn at King Street and Tulane Street that is controlled through a signal.
Okay, because I know you reduced the number of units, but Councillor Snow has done a lot of work on this and certainly kept the rest of council informed. One of the things he brought to my attention was the Public Information Night, and there were comments made, and I'll quote, "This is an experienced developer with a strong understanding of the market, and they're comfortable with the amount of parking proposed." Shortly after that, "Certainly, it's a unique site. It would be a great site for commuters with easy access to the 401, and you could head in either direction." So I am trying really hard to see this as a place that's good for people that don't want a car. And I understand Uber and all that, but you're such great access to the 401. It's going to be appealing for people who want to have easy access to the 401 and head to Toronto or London area for work. I need clarity on who you think is going to be living in this building.
Well, you see, what you are assuming at this point in time that everybody will be working in Toronto, and that's not going to be the case. People, this is for Kitchener. A lot of people, young professional, people in studios, one bedroom, because the parking costs $50,000. So that's why it is unbundled, and people pool the resources and use public transport. So we are assuming our market study field that we are going to have about 75% sales for the Kitchener people. So in-house, that is how it is going to be. So that is what it indicates. And then there could be about 20 to 25% investor who are going to be rented. So this is a great percentage that we have given, because reducing 143 units with the rate was 0.57, but it has moved up, even the ratio comes to even larger than 0.75, which is more than adequate for this kind of development. And you see, this development will come, like if you are going to start today, it's going to take 4 to 6 years, because construction itself and development takes 4 years, and 2 years the market has to stabilize. By that time the LRT will take the lead as well, and the public transportation system will come in, kick in to keep this.
Okay, I'll queue back in if I need to.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I just want to ask one more question about the traffic. When you did your report or your study, did you take into account future development in the Sports World area? Because there are thousands of units that are potentially going to be built there, right?
Through the mayor, so as I mentioned, our traffic volumes assume what was in the 2031 forecasts as part of the Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Traffic Impact Assessment. And those volumes that we understand do include potential traffic generated by future development in the Sports World protected major transit station area.
Okay, and I'm thinking of that U-turn that has to be made, right? So,
Yes.
the traffic going in and out of the site and the difficulties that could create as new developments are finished in the area. So you don't see any of that as a problem?
Through the analysis that we've done, we have not identified a concern there. As I mentioned, today there are gaps in that median. I can't say what that looks like in the future. I would presume with an LRT in place, you would no longer have those gaps, and U-turns would be controlled at traffic signals throughout the King Street corridor.
Okay.
The design of those would be sort of beyond the scope of the work that was for this development specifically, but it's not something unique that isn't applied elsewhere. What we see today at King Street and Tulane is an example of a U-turn provided at a traffic control signal that could be copied, so to speak, at other intersections in the corridor as seen fit.
Okay. I had another question about green development standards. Is there any consideration for ensuring that the development has green development standards integrated?
Sorry, can you please repeat one more time?
Yeah, my question is whether you've considered integrating green development standards into the development itself?
Brendan, can you answer this one?
I think the question is specific about sustainable development design or other things you might do, green development standards.
Well, you see, the latest designing that is coming, the architect that we engaged, Kirkor, is one of the best in the GTA. And a lot of things have been incorporated in there, though we are not going geothermal, it's not allowed here. But we were the first one in Burlington in 2013 who built the geothermal, very first time, though people did not appreciate because the hot water comes after 10 seconds. Everybody complains, we have to wait 10 seconds for the hot water. But nevertheless, there are number of things that are incorporated in the design which reflect the needs for this, element that you are saying. That is part of the design, architectural design, yeah.
Do you have any specifics?
Like glass, window glass, and, other things, the bulbs and the, all the electrical fitting and stuff. Most of the item reflect those things, yes.
What about EV chargers?
For the electrical vehicle?
Yeah.
Yes, that will be provided. Yes, sufficient will be provided. In fact, we are just completing building in Hamilton. In about 2 weeks, there are number of stations that we have incorporated, and everything is through Bell Canada is smartphone. So you have a phone and you operate in the whole building, is a keyless. Also, there are a number of stations for this, and anybody who needs it can be provided. So the transformer will have a capacity to provide every individual on that basis.
So it's not just EV ready, you actually have EV chargers?
That's right.
And do you know how many for the 400 and how many vehicles? 493 parking spots, how many of those would be?
We have 493 parking spots, so at the time of selling the units, this option will be, taken from the customer. If the purchaser wants it, will be incorporated right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Ioannidis, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. I guess one of the other things that I know was a kind of a concern around this horseshoe last week or a couple weeks ago was the lack of park space in the community around this, because quite frankly, the site is not really pedestrian friendly and doesn't really have any infrastructure that normally I would consider a complete community. And so I see that the non-residential floor area space, I guess, went from 3 to 4. So what assurances can you provide with for the folks that will be moving in there? So because they won't have any parks to go nearby, so they're going to have to hop on a car to go somewhere. So is there any assurances that you're going to provide something, a lot of an upgrade with regards to amenity space?
Yes, this point was highlighted by the staff as well, and we have been able to identify a small area where this will be a green, grass ground for the amenity area outside, yes. Staff did point it out.
Okay. I'll raise my questions with them. And again, I'm still a little perplexed on the 10 units with affordable housing. So I'm gonna ask you to think a little bit more on that in the next 5-10 minutes as we get around, because quite frankly, I need to see a little bit more in that.
Through the mayor, Councillor, I really appreciate what you have said. And I want to take more than 2 seconds to take a decision, to be very honest. I was away in Pakistan, the internet was not there. I had to go very urgently. And my colleague was here, so on a phone call they said, and okay, go ahead. That's, so it represents about 2%. Honestly, this is what we could afford at this point in time. Trust me. We'll go into the site plan situation and how the market reacts, how it goes. If there is a provision at that point in time, you will not have to repeat this request, It's our own obligation, responsibility, okay? But right now, I want to keep it, what we can afford at this time is 10 units.
Okay. I'm still not happy, but thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And getting back to a question that Councillor Schneider had asked you with regards to parking. I think that is a major concern of ours in terms of we do believe that people will be commuters that are here, that are looking to move into a place located so close to the 401. So just reading the transportation report, the nearest transit stop is 990 meters from the building. And you're saying that you think that people are going to be taking transit. Can you expand upon that, please?
Sure, through the mayor. So, yeah, we've assumed that there is, some level of transit use that could be facilitated through the LRT. We fully admit, the proximity to Highway 401 would probably result in, a distribution of some that residents that are transit only, some that own a vehicle and commute. Ultimately, that's up to the market. We would expect that development of this type would be encouraging to the future LRT, and there may be a future need for an intermediate station if density on the corridor supported it.
So according to the traffic study, that the average speed along there is 74 kilometers an hour in a 60 zone. So that means that, I believe what that means, and I'll ask our transportation people, that just means that there's so many people that are traveling at that, and then so many, travel at or below that, and then that is the average speed of what people are traveling above it is 74 kilometers. So 990 meters to the nearest transit stop. Can you talk about the walkability of that neighborhood, please?
So I will first address the speed comment. We did not review speed in our transportation study, so I can't comment on where that number has come from. Walkability on the corridor is something that could probably be improved. There is some pedestrian infrastructure on King Street, but that improvement would be part of the LRT discussion in the future.
Are there even sidewalks along there? I'm trying to remember.
There is a multi-use trail on the north or east side, if you will, of King Street.
So you would have to cross to even get to a sidewalk, is that right?
There's sidewalks. There are sidewalks on this side of King Street as well.
Okay.
It's
All right,
a new
thank
one,
you.
actually. It's
Sorry?
a brand new sidewalk right across our street,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. You were talking about this being an ideal location for a vertical building. It also is, an entranceway into our city. And so can you talk about what you're able to design or add into this being, a good development for the city?
Well, our experiences, as I said, with the main arteries, main outlook where, the tall building should appear to the first when people are entering into the city. And this is a location where it should be, and 401 close by, provides a lot of, access. We must recognize at this point in time that half of the population in that building will be working from home, and this trend is going to increase. So when you are evaluating anything like transportation or facilities and stuff, these matters must be understood. 1, working from home. 2, Uber. 3, pooling car, LRT, public transport. All these things have tremendously reduced the transportation requirement for this one. And frankly, it should be 30-plus story if you look at the consultant who are international consultant, what they believe at this kind of, King Street East should have a buildings. But we have reduced because there is a request, so we have gone to what you needed, 18-story and 11 stories chopped off, yeah.
Okay, so amenity-wise, this being a great location and, people being able to work from home and stay there. So help me understand what else, what this building, where will people walk their dogs? How will people live? You said there's a little bit of green space. If I think I remember from our last meeting, it was on the 11th floor. And so is there anything ground floor level?
Yes, when the staff pointed out, so we were able to locate an area where it will be a green space on the ground as well. But the building that are being done now will have a pool office. For instance, there will be an office where people can, go and sit and work, independently. There's a computer room, 30 computers are sitting there, which are not normally you see in the building at this point in time. But these are building of the next century. So these facilities are being hooked up so that people can stay right there without using much of a transport, going out and work independently as an office environment as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. You've mentioned the LRT a number of times. Do you know when that's going to be started out there, or when the LRT will actually be running?
Yeah, I'm going to redirect this question to you when that's going to start, LRT,
Yeah, through the mayor. So we don't have a specific timeline on when that might be in place. That explains why our initial submission assumed the LRT, and our second submission addressed staff comments to analyze without the LRT.
Can I ask a question of staff to clarify that? Maybe they know. I really honestly don't know the timeline. Or Mayor, Mr. Mayor, do you know it? Approximate?
Sure. Approximate is, we don't know the timeline. What I can tell you is that the region is building the business case that would obtain federal funding towards it. And then once that decision is made, then there's a whole lot of work that needs to happen. I think it's fair to say that you're probably in, I'm looking at Mr. Cronkite, best case scenario, 8 to 10 years out.
Oh.
I wouldn't have said.
Can you click in? Mr. Cronkite?
Through the mayor, I probably would have put the estimate there. They're going through the design exercise now. They're trying to get the funding now. As we know,
So maybe
construction.
6.
Yeah, construction is a 2 to 3 year project, really. They don't know what that plan will look like, so I would have said 5 to 8.
Okay, so let's just be safe and say 10. And when would this building start? When would I think you might have mentioned that, and I apologize. I missed that. Your construction start for this project?
As you all know how the market is at this point in time, so this has to be stabilized before you launch. None of the project is being launched. It used to be 2 projects every week. So once this activity start, we feel this will pick up by end of this year. Once that happens, then we are going to, launch the project and achieve about 70% of sales, which then trigger the financing and the construction can kick in.
Okay, there's a lot of unknowns there. I'm still struggling with the location of this building, the lack of green space, the lack of amenities for residents that live there. It's a building that, like a bedroom community, people won't be living in Kitchener. They'll just come there and just sleep and then go out to Toronto or London? Is that why you anticipate this building to be this size and a lack of amenities?
Yeah, through the mayor, councillor, you will be very proud of your decision, I can tell you that. And I'll give you an example, I'll take 1 minute. In Burlington, when we went with a proposal for the tallest building in Burlington, Mayor Goldring said, we don't need it. This is a small city, we don't need it. We said, we are investing the money, we'll bring the people here. Today, that is Jewel of Burlington. We got the best prize, and 2024, October 10, they gave me the Entrepreneur of the Year. First time a brown people in 100 years enter because of that building and the plaza. So this particular location, you will be very proud of when it comes in life.
And is there amenities and park space around the building you were just referring to?
Yes.
Lots.
What kind?
Quite a bit of amenities and park space around the building you were just referring to, not the one that's
No,
out in
over
Square
there, no, nothing, because it's just a
Okay.
plaza I built, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where are my questions? So we haven't talked about any school bus drop-off location or pickup. Where would that be on this site?
I think our application was, this will come at the site plan stage, yeah, that's right. This will come at the site plan stage when we go into the detailing of this.
Okay. And for Mr. Steinsky, you mentioned, I know Councillor Johnson mentioned 74 kilometers an hour, and you had said you don't know where that number comes from. So who actually does look at speeds on roads when we are looking at traffic?
Through the mayor. So speed data is usually collected by a city or region as part of an ongoing traffic collection process. In our consultation with the region and the city, speed was not brought up as a potential concern. So it was outside the scope of our study and what we analyzed.
So you're telling me nobody mentioned the fact that it's 150 meters away from the 401 West, where people have to speed up and merge onto the highway. Nobody mentioned that's a safety concern, and then you have people making a U-turn. No safety concern there whatsoever?
That was not brought up during the process of our study.
Wow. Okay. My remark for that is highly disappointing because that, yeah. Mr. Meehan, this location, would you say it has a greater opportunity for upzoning versus the north side of that specific area?
You see, we can debate this for number of times. This is the most perfect.
No, I don't want to debate it. I'm just asking if it has a greater opportunity
I
for
take it,
upzoning.
you know, when we met there before also, you highlighted this. I respect your views. Indeed, I do. And this is the most perfect location for the high-rise building. And later, when it will be built, you will feel that it should have been taller, but we are okay with 18 and 26.
I highly doubt that. But that doesn't answer my question. So does this specific site give you a greater opportunity for upzoning as opposed to the other side, which are growing east together, will actually have a bigger and greater emphasis on growing that part of the city together?
Not in our business plan, you know. Yeah.
All right. And so my last question at this point is what this specific area, and I asked this question last week, what makes this location appealing? Other than the access to 401 East and West, which people can work at Toyota in Woodstock or go down to Toronto or pop their head into Hamilton, what makes this location appealing without any amenity space, without access to a grocery store, without access to many other amenities that I'm actually fortunate enough to have in my area in which I live in? So what makes it appealing other than those lack of, and then a few, the 401 access? What makes this site appealing to anybody?
Well, there are a number of items that comes in the marketing study that we have carried out, and I will share that with you, you know, how they have been able to source and identify how people will be doing their grocery, where they will be going for the restaurant. There are a series of restaurants. There are vacant lands in front of that property which will be developed over a period of time. So things will be moving absolutely fine, and this will be a perfect situation, you know, on that basis.
Okay, so that doesn't really answer my question, but okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deneau. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Further to Councillor Deneau's comments on speed, and I thank our staff for getting some information from the region. I wish they were here tonight, but in one of the reports, it says, regional staff note that a speed study from 2016 demonstrated 85th percentile speeds of 74 kilometers an hour. Posted is 60 between Gateway Park Drive, Limerick Drive, and Highway 401 west on-ramp. This is not unexpected given proximity to the provincial highway on and off ramps, and would be anticipated to decrease with additional traffic volumes in the future. Another point that came out was purchasers, tenants are advised that the approved alignment for Stage 2 Ion Light Rail Transit is adjacent to the development within the King Street East right-of-way. The site's access to King Street East is designated, excuse me, for right-in and right-out movements only, and the median gap along the site's frontage will be closed once Stage 2 Ion is constructed. Apologize for the voice, I need some water, but can you comment on that, please?
Certainly, yes, through the mayor. So in terms of it being closed, the understanding is that in the future, when the LRT is developed, a traffic control signal would be in place somewhere downstream on King Street, most likely at the interchange ramps, whether that's the westbound off-ramp from the 401 or the eastbound on-ramp, off-ramp configuration. At one of those intersections, it is presumed that there would be the ability to accommodate a U-turn movement in that to replace the median that is filled in when the LRT comes in. Because correct, when the LRT is in place, you would not be able to have the U-turn gaps that are in the median today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all the questions that we have. Thank you. We'll now move on to the other delegations. And our first delegation is Mrs. Stephanie Brown. Welcome, Mrs. Brown, and I understand you have a PowerPoint presentation as well.
I don't know how to work this thing. All right, good evening. My name is Stephanie, and my home is one of the many directly behind the land in question. Our neighborhood consists of single and two-story residential properties. In 2019, during construction of my home addition to add space for my mom, we applied to put a door on the side of my house to give my mom her own access. The city denied us the door because of concerns we would duplex our home. Previously, another resident of the neighborhood applied to build a duplex on our street, and they were also denied. Neither of these things would have affected any other properties nearby. The building proposal will drastically do that, adversely affecting the existing properties, and will make the current horrendous traffic conditions worse. You can see from the photo, my home, as well as my neighbors, are bungalows. Separating our properties is a tall fence. During the addition construction, my mother also requested to put a window at the side of the house to let the light in. We were denied the window and were told the window facing my fence would infringe on our neighbor's privacy. This photo was taken from the corner of the proposed Tower B. This is the view of our property from the hundreds of proposed balconies and windows. As you can see from the drone footage, there is not a square inch of many backyards, including my own, that will continue to be private. If we are not allowed to put a window facing a fence due to privacy reasons, how could the city approve putting hundreds of windows and balconies looking directly into our private yards? In 2021, a dirt berm approximately 3 stories tall was constructed directly behind us. During construction of the berm, individuals on the property were staring into our private backyard while friends and family were using our pool, eventually leading us to feel uncomfortable and not using it at all. Thankfully, that intrusion was temporary, and we now have our backyard back again. If a 3-story berm can adversely affect an individual's enjoyment of their property so much that they stop using it altogether, you can imagine what will happen when hundreds of windows and balconies are over top of us. The properties in this area are larger than average, and most families, including us, have added outdoor amenities for children because there is no walkable green space. To get to the nearest park with more than a bench, you need to run across the 401 ramp with no sidewalk. As stated by the applicant, the proposed development meets outdoor amenity zoning regulations. A portion of this space is atop a podium. The wind report that they have provided indicated the wind speeds are predicted to be uncomfortable and unsuitable. This uncomfortable space and the ground level space surrounded by queuing cars will be the only place for kids to play. On Wednesday, October 30th at 4 p.m., can you turn that off? Sorry. We met with the applicant on the site. I'm sorry, I don't want to let it play. I stood where the driveway to the site would be and I took these videos. We briefly attempted to ask questions of the applicant. However, we moved to the back of the site because the sound of the traffic was so loud, no one could actually hear each other. This video does not represent the normal traffic. The 401 eastbound ramps are temporarily closed. Once they are reopened, it will be even more congested. This area is a permit-controlled site by the MTO, and they have not provided their final comments, nor have they said they will even allow the build. We are asking the city defer until the MTO provide their comments and approve or deny the permit. On January 27th, Senior Planner Eric Schneider advised that he was not aware of any plans or intentions for the applicant to obtain lands that fronts Limerick Drive. However, on October 22nd, 2024 and January 8th, 2025, Mr. Schneider received documents from Will Towns, Region of Waterloo Senior Planner, advising that regional staff had advised the applicant to consider acquiring land to facilitate access on Limerick Drive. We also know that residents on Limerick have already been approached to have people purchase their properties. We are asking that the city prohibit any access other than directly to King Street should this application be approved, regardless of what the applicant says his intentions are. During King Street construction in June of 2024, construction vehicles lined Limerick Drive. This site does not have adequate space for parking construction vehicles. Our streets have no sidewalk, and we are not an adequate alternative. As such, if the application is supported, we are asking that the city strictly prohibit construction vehicles from driving, parking, or idling on our streets. The Growing Together East framework limits all properties on the south side of King between Limerick and Sports World to 8 stories. Should this or any other build at this site be approved, we're asking that you, at the bare minimum, stick to the same guidelines for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Brown, for coming in and for your delegation. At this point, there don't appear to be any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Mrs. Sharon Verley-Entz. Welcome, Ms. Verley-Entz.
Good evening, councillors. Collaboration. What is collaboration? Collaboration is a working practice whereby individuals work together for a common purpose to achieve an outcome. Collaboration enables individuals and communities to work together to achieve a purpose. We would really appreciate it if you could continue the collaboration process with us. Striking a balance between processes, progress, and people while collaborating for the well-being of our community, fostering lasting benefits through thoughtful, community-based focused development that preserves the character of our neighborhood while supporting sustainable growth. My family and I moved to the Pine Grove area in July of 2018. We became fast friends with our neighbors, all here. Over the years, we've had many conversations about collaboration. We understand and respect that collaboration requires effort, and that it is a process that is essential when attention and time has been given to the process. Dialogue is crucial. The end goal is finding solutions for the good of all residents of Kitchener. When my family moved to Limerick Drive, we were aware of the plans to build a noise barrier along the 401. We understood there would be construction and the homes would be expropriated for the 401 extension. We knew that the King Street would be undergoing renewal. Throughout the process, we were consulted. We are aware that many plans were in the works for this corridor. However, the magnitude of the projects combined with the speed in which they have been decided upon have been very concerning. When I go out for basic errands, I travel to Old Carriage Drive and Homer Watson. I see 3 large apartment buildings, 20 stories high, near the Zayres Shoppers and Dollar Store. And I know I can get in and out of there easily. Everything is accessible. There's also a large park, a museum down the road. There are trails along Homer Watson as well. Gentrification, intensification reflect positively in that area because of the amenities. The location is pedestrian-friendly and bike-friendly. I'm going to paint a scenario for you that illustrates the ratio of the people to cars and the amenities to the Pine Grove community area. Let's imagine this ratio. If you have 3 kids, as some families do, and overnight you suddenly jump to 6 kids, that ratio would be 3 to 6 or 1 to 2. Can anyone imagine that, caring for 6 kids overnight? Now, if we apply that same ratio to a classroom, which I'm very apt and know a lot about, and let's say I have 24 kids in my classroom, which I don't, by the way, but if I have 24 kids in my classroom, and the ratio jumps to 48, okay, using that same ratio of 1 to 2. As a teacher, the goal is always to meet the needs of my students, providing for their needs, desks, workspaces, materials, equipment, for examples, Chromebooks, and so on. Understanding this would be a huge challenge, but we do it. Also, 48 students is way too many for a gym class, especially when factoring the different types of equipment. Now let's use that same ratio of my neighborhood here and use the factor of 583, which represents approximately 2 people per unit. That'll be 1,166 people possibly living in the 4611 King Street location. Our neighborhood currently has 336 residents. Can you imagine our area growing by 1,166 people, possibly more, much like my classroom, with no amenities? So instead of classroom facilities in my scenario, we need essential resources like parking spaces for owners and guests, bike racks, spaces for mopeds, e-bikes, and proper grocery store. The 4611 King Street proposal is not fair or reasonable given the current infrastructure. I believe we can all do better. This building has brought my community closer, and we take great pride in that. We, as the Pine Grove community, are a solution-based oriented visionaries. We would like to see open space land use connected to parks and trails as part of the proposal, as part of the Growing Together East framework with residential buildings 8 stories high. Wisdom can be found by reflecting on the knowledge of others. So members of council, what is the future of my neighborhood Stephanie spoke about? What does the complete neighborhood look like? How will you, the members of council, collaborate with us to create one? Parks, sidewalks, and all the necessary amenities are essential. We are here and present and ready for collaboration. Please help us build a better community for everyone. I encourage you to help us find the best solutions to support the Pine Grove community, your constituents, and everyone in Kitchener-Waterloo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Berliance. There don't appear to be any questions. And our last delegation on this issue is Beth Weckman. Welcome, Beth.
Thank you. And good evening, Mayor Verbanovich, members of council, and others in attendance. I'm a longtime resident of Pine Grove community and have been involved with extremely fruitful discussions in the past with city and regional staff and development interests over the years. This has led to the existing Pioneer Tower West Pine Grove community, of which we are all extremely proud, if you can't tell by the number of people here. I'd like to summarize a few key points from our update report for you. First of all, we did note that good planning policies are in place for the property at 4611 King Street East, currently COM 3, and in fact all the commercial properties along the south side of King. The relative isolation and well-documented challenges associated with the area were historically taken into account in defining what now exists. The challenges have not gone away in time, and nor realistically can they easily be addressed in the future, particularly as you move to the far extent towards 401. 4611 King Street East is at the most distant edge. It's adjacent to an automobile-dependent neighborhood with, as you've heard, no amenities. Traffic, biking, walking, and transit don't work for reasons documented already by the community members, city and regional staff, and acknowledged really throughout the staff report as well. It is critical then to think, what is the best plan for zoning and development? It is definitely a gateway to the east side community. What should this first development look like, or what should this last development, depending which way you're driving down the highway, look like in terms of how it fits in with what's envisioned already by council for that area. Council has defined and endorsed intensification of the east side. That's not a problem through Sports World Transit Hub. High residential towers and new community amenities will be there. And that's efficient both financially and with the ability to make it accessible. This supports Council's excellent vision of well-connected, accessible neighborhoods as well. But the Pine Grove end does not have access. And this site in particular is well outside the PMTSA. Where and how would the city be able to provide the necessary infrastructure for a community of this size at that location? The zoning application and plan amendments for this site should not be supported. Instead, zoning provisions already in place, COM3 or consistent with those in Growing Together East, the SGA2, should be used. Or a totally new vision master plan could also guide best possible development and ensure a gateway to the East Side community of which we are all proud. That's recommendation 1 in the report. Combined impacts of traffic, biking, and walking movements generated by residents in the new development, impacts from LRT, etc. We advanced recommendation 3 through 8 in this light. The issues with Limerick and Edge Hill drives being rural roads, convex tar and chip, no sidewalks or street lightings, there's denied access and restricted access to those streets now. This was not taken lightly by previous staff and council. It came about through significant discussion. Thus, the reason for recommendation 2, that no new access be allowed over what is currently there. Question around values used to account for goods movement. Were the 248-acre Eastlands development included in traffic? Were the tower complexes on King Street East included? Was the harmful traffic-related air pollution impacting all these pedestrians and cyclists moving up and down Highway 8 due to the associated gridlock? Was that included? This is a new issue in both Ontario and Canadian community regulations. Recommendations 9 and 10 were proposed around the critical importance for full understanding of how the movement of large numbers of pedestrians, bicycles, in concert with increased traffic, U-turns, and LRT movements would not present serious safety and liability issues. The sensitivity of our wells has been mentioned previously. We request that these concerns be included as provisions in any zoning or development amendment documentation. Wording similar to recommendations through 12 through 14, the residents would be pleased as well to be engaged in constructive discussion in this light as they have in the past. There is no question this is a complex area of the city with many challenges. As such, we must also get development right, since it sets the tone for the entire East Side community. As in the past, community members are more than happy and willing to be actively engaged in shaping this new evolution as it happens. We will help and discuss with you as City Council at any time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Weckman, and there don't appear to be any questions. Actually, that's it for the delegation, so I'll now ask if there are any questions of staff. Councillor Stretch.
Thanks. I guess I have 2 questions. The first one being the height of this development. Would it set a precedent for, I guess, for this, is it the south side of the street along height? And then my second question is just of one of the delegates' questions was asking, where and how will the city provide the required amenities? Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Schneider.
Certainly, thanks for the question. Through the mayor, in terms of amenity space, it has been identified that by our park staff that the area is deficient. and that the closest neighborhood park is 1.8 kilometers away. Our places and spaces strategy does have policies that try to acquire parkland, but we know with land values and the costs that are associated, that's unrealistic in most cases and relies on the availability of land in other cases. So at the last PSIC meeting 2 weeks ago, we had focused a bit on the on-site amenity space, and we had gone back to the applicant and asked to provide some programmed amenity space at the rear. And what they had provided is that, in their opinion, they think it's better to have an open landscaped area with just grass and not programmed space, as open space would be more useful in that scenario. And sorry, could you remind me of your first question?
My first question was about setting, the height setting, will it set precedent because it's the first building going in on that side?
Sure. So thanks. Through the mayor, our policy staff is working on applying SGA zones to the lands that are both north and south of King Street, west of Gateway Park Drive, which is just about 200 or 250 meters west of this site. So our policy staff is currently working on establishing, as of right, heights in those areas. For this section, this would just be 250 meters east of that, and then as you get to the 401, that's the municipal boundary. So really, in terms of a precedent, if any other heights were contemplated in that area on the south side of King Street, they would have to come in through a OPA ZBA application such as this, and we'd have to evaluate them on a site-by-site specific basis for height.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch. Next up is Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, am I on? Yeah, thank you. So the Pine Grove Community Association has submitted this comprehensive list of recommendations. I think there are 14 of them. And I was just wondering, has staff seen this report?
Through the mayor, I did receive the report and paper copy from the clerk just before the meeting, but it wasn't provided in an email to me before the meeting.
So you haven't had the opportunity to go through the list to see what recommendations could be accommodated or not?
Through the mayor, staff did have a chance to look through it on the previous items that were going on in this meeting, but we just did get it about an hour ago.
Right.
But if you have specific questions about some of those recommendations, we can certainly answer them.
Well, I did take too long to go one by one, but I was hoping maybe you would have, some thoughts about some of the recommendations. Talks about a master plan, for example, for the area. Has this been considered, or will it be considered?
Mr. Stevenson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we did review the draft recommendations, and maybe if it would benefit, just for the time, I'll give a quick high-level overview on how possibly council could react and potentially implement some of these recommendations. The question about the master plan, there was a master plan that was done in the mid-'80s when Service Commercial was first recommended for lands on the south sides of the property. Significantly, things have changed over time, including the power center that's on the north side of the property, as well as the passage of 40 years, and many things have changed. One of the fundamental aspects of that secondary plan talks about limiting any accesses to the low-rise residential streets to the west or to the south. That is something that, in speaking with Councillor Deneau, we could potentially implement through zoning. There was other aspects of that secondary plan that talked about mitigating impacts in terms of light, in terms of built form, privacy, massing. I would suggest to you that all of those matters are now fully considered as part of our urban design manual. It did not exist in the 80s, and that would be addressed through the site plan process. There was suggestion about using, and we heard one of the delegations this evening, using the zoning bylaw as a tool to secure agreements between private landowners. That is not authorized under the Planning Act. We cannot put in agreements about wells and in review of the wells and making good on commitments. The review and maintenance and ongoing litigation between wells is a private landowner matter. We will certainly review all of the civil engineering drawings, including groundwater monitoring, through the site plan approval process, but the zoning bylaw is not a tool that can be used to secure agreements between two adjacent property owners. Those are the two major ones.
Okay, and the residents are asking for, further collaboration with, I presume, staff and the developer. Is this something that you feel would be beneficial?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have a recommendation, and we are within, the applicant does have the ability to appeal non-decision, so a further deferral to do master planning exercise could alleviate council's ability to make a decision on this matter if it were appealed for non-decision. I would suggest to you that we have done significant planning work within this community as well as across the city, and we have significant planning work going on that we are looking for resident engagement with that is actually more than a master plan. So Kitchener 2051, our new official plan, that will look at properties outside of the Growing Together major transit station area. We also are working on Growing Together East, and there's public engagement with a first draft published on Friday where it absorbs or encompasses most of the properties within the Pioneer Grove neighborhood. And I would suggest that between Growing Together East and the Kitchener official plan, we have significant comprehensive planning exercises currently ongoing, and a master plan would be of no further benefit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Johnson, you have the floor next.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions are for Mr. Cronkite. Okay, so I want to talk about the report we've got from the region with regards to traffic and speed in the neighborhood. I was trying to describe this before, but the posted rates or the demonstrated 85th percentile speeds of 74 kilometers between Gateway Park Drive and Limerick Drive and the Highway 401 west ramp. When it says 85th percentile, does that mean then that 15% of people are going above that? Can you describe what that means, please?
Thank you, Mr. Cronkite.
Through the mayor, that's exactly it. 15% are going above whatever the 85th percentile would be.
Okay, so it's quite fast along there. Yeah. Okay. My other question that I had asked previously as well is that the closest transit is 990 meters from transit stop is 990 meters from this location. Is that something, in terms of what we recommend for active transportation, is that something that we would say makes sense for people to be willing to walk?
Through the mayor, so in terms of the MTSAs that have been created in the city, we look at about an 800-meter radius for that. When we talk about GRT, they try to get everyone within a 5-minute walk to a station, which is 400 meters.
Which is 500 meters, okay. And as well, something that Councillor Schneider has asked about a number of times, the number of parking spots, even though the number of units has gone down, and they're keeping the parking the same as what it was before, that it will be 0.75 of a parking spot per unit. With the proximity to the 401 here, does that make sense?
Through the mayor, what I would say to that is that in terms of a lot of the multi-use developments that have occurred in Kitchener, in the suburban areas over the last few years, the numbers that we're seeing per unit has been anywhere from 0.6 to 0.8 in terms of parking rates that are being occupied.
Have we had a building, though, that's this close to the 401 before?
No, this would be unique in that scenario, but what I would suggest is that when transportation staff did review this, they were comfortable with the rate. We do think that the 0.57 would work, so we're very comfortable with the 0.75.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up I have Councillor Singh.
Yeah, a number of my questions have been asked. One of the additional clarification that we were seeking, I think it was asked of the applicant as well regarding drop-off, more for school bus pickup and drop-off. So I know this is a future site plan issue, but I would still want to look at staff. Seeing the development proposal, in many cases, we know what the intentions are of how the site is going to get laid out. The way the development is being proposed, is there adequate space for pickup and drop-off for buses?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll begin the answer, and if Mr. Cronkite has anything to add, he can add as well. The comments that we received from both school boards is that school buses will not go onto private property to pick up children. So any pickup would have to be done in the right-of-way. And they're asking for coordination between the region, the city, and the school boards at the site plan design phase to come up with an area that school buses can stop and pull over to pick up kids, because they, once again, will not come onto private property to do that.
Is there enough of a right-of-way space there? I mean, from the road itself and where the property is, and keeping in mind for whatever sidewalk clearance is required, is there sufficient space to even accommodate?
So through the chair, or through the mayor, on the measurements that I've taken, there's about 4 or 5 meters between the curb, the travel portion of the road, and the sidewalk to pull off. It's just that there are also hydro poles in that area, so it would have to coordinate in between a span of 2 of those poles.
So it could be potentially accommodated then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Singh. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for Mr. Cronkite. Obviously, you've heard me speak and a few others speak about speed at that particular section of King Street. And unfortunately, I hadn't been able to ascertain any actual speed data along that specific route. But in speaking with Eric and Garrett last week about U-turns and so on, along the LRT corridor up in more so Waterloo and in a few spots in Kitchener, they indicated that there are U-turn areas around the Ion, which, okay, I think about it. Yeah, you're right. But would you suggest that the speeds are going to be the speeds that what cars are traveling along that area in the U-turn section will be a little bit higher than they would be along King Street and Waterloo around the hospital, or Victoria and King in downtown Kitchener?
Hold on, Mr. Cronkite, go ahead.
Yeah, through the mayor. So the speeds will undoubtedly be a little bit higher here than they are like when you talk about the hospital area. What I would say though, with U-turns, both protected and unprotected along this section. So when you're protected, you're at a signalized intersection, there's a dedicated left turn. Generally speaking, there's an advance, and that's how you control a U-turn at an intersection to make it safer. In the locations that currently exist where they're uncontrolled, there is a dedicated left turn lane. So as long as you can access that lane, really then it becomes driver awareness and driver discretion in terms of when you make that U-turn. And so in terms of making a safe U-turn, oftentimes speed isn't necessarily a critical factor.
Okay. And with Vision Zero, what does it take into account U-turns? Are U-turns a favorable part of Vision Zero, or are they a non-favorable part of Vision Zero?
Through the chair again, it just depends on how that interaction is controlled. And so what I would say is that if it's controlled at an intersection, at a signalized intersection with an advanced movement, the safety there is fairly high. But in terms of predictive collisions at an uncontrolled turn, I'm not sure what that would necessarily show out as, but generally speaking, when doing a U-turn, controlled will be better than uncontrolled.
Right. But ultimately, it comes down to driver, just who the driver is and how they respect the road.
Driver behavior, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau. Next up, I have Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Just wanted to raise, I think one of the delegates raised the need for the MTO to approve this. Can staff comment on that in general? Like, do we need MTO approval here?
Mr. Schneider?
Thank you for the question. So through the mayor, the MTO provided initial comments on the first transportation impact study. I think I spoke about this at our meeting 2 weeks ago. I have had phone conversations with MTO staff in the last 2 weeks since that meeting, and they've indicated that their comments on the updated TIS won't come until late February. But what they did also indicate is that they defer to the region of Waterloo, because it is a provincial highway. King Street East is a provincial highway, but it's been given a regional road status, and the region of Waterloo is the ultimate approval for the access on that street. So the MTO will have comments, they will have suggestions, they will have recommendations in their comments, but they don't require an MTO permit until the building permit is issued, so we don't necessarily need the MTO approval prior to a recommendation for a decision by council.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. I wasn't, obviously the ward councillor was at the PIC, I wasn't at the PIC, but was it made clear ever to the residents what happens if council refuses this application?
Through the mayor, just to clarify, you're talking about the neighborhood meeting, the virtual neighborhood meeting we had?
The virtual neighborhood meeting, or at any time in the interim, what happens if council refuses the application, and what are the options of the applicant?
Yes, so at the on-site meetings, at the in-person meetings, that was a question that was asked by residents, and staff did go through what the options are and what the developer's options are for appealing at the OLT. That was discussed, yes.
Okay, thank you. And as I understand, the delegate or the applicant already does have the opportunity, because we are past the deadline, to appeal to ULT if they choose, correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay. And this is important. I've asked this question in the past for the benefit of those in the gallery. You typically, Mr. Reedman actually answers this question, but is there any data that you can reference in terms of when something is appealed to the OLT, how often does the Ontario Land Tribunal side with the developer?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, there was a study conducted by the Hamilton Spectator a few years ago that found that recent decisions at the Ontario Land Tribunal favored the developer approximately 96% of the time.
96% of the time before you click off to. That's presumably cases that they've heard where the developer did not have the benefit even of staff recommendation, correct?
Through the chair, I believe those were any applications that were appealed at the time. So with a staff recommendation, there is typically stronger support for the development application.
Okay, and last question, I don't know, Mr. Stevenson, if you feel comfortable answering this question. I'm just asking for your anecdotal experience. The developers come down 11 stories, 143 units, and presumably added 10 affordable housing units. In your experience, in recent memory, is this a greater, in situations where we've deferred these developments to try and find better compromise between what the community wants and what the developer wants, would you say this is a greater move by the developer on average or lower?
Mr. Stevenson?
Through the mayor, so it's certainly planning staff's preference to work with the community through the neighborhood meeting, work with the developer. Sometimes that requires coming to planning and strategic initiatives meetings and having a deferral and coming back to council. It is always our preference that we work together to come up with a solution that is often representative of a compromise. We have, with respect to your questions about the OLT is not bound to a revised version, and they are no longer bound even to the original application. And in fact, we have a proposal that was appealed, and the application was changed at the OLT for an increase in height and density. Knowing that the decision on this and council wanting some certainty and for the community to understand the decision-making process and being able to participate fully, we highly recommend decisions are made by council on matters because there is not the same level of ability to participate in an OLT hearing, and there are barriers to participation.
Okay, so just to rephrase, because I've been around long enough to speak planner, but what you're effectively saying is should council refuse this application, the applicant could appeal to the OLT, putting the 11 stories back on top, taking out the 10 affordable units as the application was originally there. And we also know from the past that the developer tends to win these 96% of the time. Is that accurate?
That's a good summary. Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. And one more question on the traffic. So we've talked about people who would be in the building if they wanted to head into Kitchener, they have to turn right and then make a U-turn to head into Kitchener. I want to know if they're on the 401, either coming from London or from Toronto, they're going to get onto King Street. Where would they have to turn around or do a U-turn? Would there be a Gateway Park, the lights there, to pull a U-turn so they can make the right-hand turn into the development?
Mr. Cronkite?
Sure. Through the mayor, it would be at 2 Lane Street.
Sir, 2 Lane. Okay.
Yeah, that's, Mr. Stevenson had pointed out there's a Wendy's on the corner.
Okay, so they would have to pull in there and somehow pull into a parking lot and come back out? And
Through the mayor, no. What they would do is they would use the existing U-turn lane that would be there. So they've created a U-turn lane that would allow them to make a U-turn and come down in the other direction.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I'm relatively familiar with this area out here. Is going east, is there any more developable land? Let's say up until, I don't know, I guess Shantz Hill? Is there anything in that area where something could be developed?
Mr. Schneider.
Through the mayor, this parcel is the last private parcel on the south side of King Street and the north side of King Street in this area. So to the east are MTO lands, and then the 401 ramp represents the municipal boundary.
Okay, thank you.
Those appear to be all the questions of staff. So Councillor Singh, I guess I'll bring this over to you as the Chair of Planning. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report is arising from the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, and the the motion is before us as with a staff recommendation, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman.
Okay. Yeah, now, are you moving the addendum report or Councillor Singh?
I'm moving the addendum. In the addendum, ensuring that because it's not in the report or the amended application, the applicant outlining 10 affordable housing units.
Okay. Is there's a clause that needs to be read out, is there not? Okay, so this is the addendum report. And then we need to add a section to, I guess, reflect what, so you'll notice Councillor Singh, the section about pursuant to Section 34, Sub 17 of the Planning Act as amended, further notice is not required to be given in respect to zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 24/024/K/ES. But you're also adding into here the reference to 10 affordable housing units? Correct. Okay, thank you. So it's been moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Chapman. I will now open the floor to comments. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a really tricky development. I mean, I understand all the comments from Councillor Davey and the OLT and all of that stuff that we have to go through every time something like this comes before us. However, I feel there's a, like my conscience isn't sitting well with approving this development. It's going to be a building out on its own, just there's no development going on anywhere from the east to the 401. It's for a bedroom, it's a bedroom community, and it's not what Kitchener wants. We want people, walkable parks, we want amenities for any application that should come in. We should want that. To think that people are going to, purchase or rent a unit in this building and they'll have nothing except the 401 or, a long walk to the nearest transit stop. So I won't approve this today as it is. And I'd like to ask for a recorded vote as well.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too, like Councillor Michaud, will not support this application for a variety of reasons. And I appreciate that that Mr. Mian and his consultant, they brought it down significant height, which I think it shows that they are willing to work with the community. But as I've said from day one, this is not the location that this building should be. I believe it should be on the other side, where we are going to put a greater emphasis on development. And at some point in time, this is to be developed. Well, that's the appropriate time, not at this point in time where it's not walkable. Public transit is very limited. There's no grocery stores around there. There's no parks. It just seems like it's going to be a couple of buildings stuck in the middle of nowhere, like a dime on a postage stamp. So I can't support it. I want to give lots of thanks to the community for coming out and all of their due diligence that they've done over the last couple of months. And also I want to push back that Mr. Mian says this is the gateway to the city. I would argue it's not the gateway to the city. I would argue that there's much more. Highway 8 into the city is the gateway to the city. So we have opportunity to build there and put big high towers, not in the middle of somebody's backyard encroaching on their privacy. And so, going forward, if this does pass, I do want to see, as Mr. Stevenson had mentioned, that we do put a clause in there that there's no access to Limerick Drive. I don't believe that road is suitable to handle the amount of traffic, but also B, to give the community, a little breathing room to know that they're not going to have an extra 400 cars going down their non-lit, no sidewalk road in the future. And so, again, I cannot support this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Vrbanovic. I just wanted a point of clarification. So, Councillor Singh, you implemented that the 10 affordable housing units be included in the recommendation? Okay. Yeah, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, there's quite a few issues that I have with this development, and it's quite an extensive list in my opinion. May not be in the opinion of our staff, may not be in the opinion of the developer. But I really believe that we should have a community that's a little bit more walkable, and just plopping up these buildings right beside where there's no infrastructure, no park space, there's a sidewalk, but it's not really going to be walkable when you're going to have an LRT right across the street eventually when that gets built. It's just, and if I know where the LRT station is going to be, or the stop, it's definitely probably another 200 meters, 300 meters away from where that is. So even the LRT is not even going to be accessible in my mind. But one of the things I was hoping that the proponent would sharpen his pencils a little bit and, increase the affordable housing. In my opinion, it should have been 20. And I would recommend that if Councillor Sings would bump that to 20, then, but if, in light of that, if that's not the case, I'm still not going to support this, the recommendation. I feel like, to me, that was one of the biggest concerns, that at least, because we can't solve the park issue, we can't solve the parking, we can't solve anything that's in our control. The only thing that we can actually ask for and then make it in our control is to at least have some more affordable units in there.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. If council had supreme authority on this, I would agree with my colleagues that spoke before me, but we don't. And I've seen it happen before, not even that long ago, where we said no to something like this and something worse ended up getting approved at the OLT. I guarantee you that if this were to go to an OLT hearing, we would at a minimum lose the 10 affordable units. And I would also gamble that maybe not the whole 11 stories would be added, but additional stories would be added as well. In my mind, and again, I want to give Councillor Deneau credit because he has been on top of this the entire time. He was keeping council apprised of this many months into the past and his concern, and he worked very hard on it. And I do want to be clear that even though the residents aren't happy with the compromises that have been made, in my estimation, they did move more greatly than we have seen in the average application. But having said that, I am not going to risk taking this out of our hands and seeing those affordable units lost, and I'm not going to risk having additional stories added on at the OLT when we know that 96% of the time, that's typically what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a really, really tough place to be in. Councillor Davey has said it so well. I'm thankful that there has been some movement. Towers have been lowered. There's fewer units. For me, there's still issues. And there's one thing I've learned is that not everyone sees the world through my eyes. And for me, I could not live in this building knowing every time I want to head into Kitchener, I've got to pull a U-turn to head back in, or every time I come out the 401, I've got to go down to 2-Lane Street, hang a U-turn, and come back. That's not up to me. The market will decide. I'm still flip-flopping in my mind what I'm going to do, but it is a huge risk to, after getting these concessions, and especially affordable housing, to risk losing that. Councillor Deneau has done an amazing job, worked so hard on this, and as a councillor, a ward councillor, this is a really tough position for him to be in. So just want to send positive thoughts out to him right now.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to just take the moment to thank Councillor Deneau of his very effective work to navigate with a development application, bringing the concerns of his ward residents to staff in working with the developer to outline, again, the need for some change in the proposed development, essentially outlining the height's too much, the parking requirements are too low, and them being at least a standing point of what changes need to be made. And on top of it, advocating for the community at large, outlining that there needs to be a requirement of some affordable housing units as well. So any changes made, I think, are reflective of the hard work that Councillor Deneau has done in working with the developer and staff. That being said, I think at the end of the day, he has a responsibility to his area residents who are united in their opposition to see that development proceed forward. And if he's choosing not to support it, I don't hold that against him. That being said, same as what Councillor Davey has outlined, this is not what the area residents want to hear, but the fact of the matter is we are really beholden to the OLT. It's one of those decisions that it doesn't rest with council. It can be appealed, and in many cases, when councils go against the staff recommendation, we are essentially then having to argue against our own staff before the OLT. So we're already fighting a battle with our hands tied. And those are the cases mostly where we don't have a leg to stand on and the application goes in favor of the developer. And as Councillor Davey has already said, when that development application goes in the favor of the developer, you lose all the concessions that have come to fruition. The reduction in height, the the parking ratio going from 0.59% to 0.75%, so that we don't have offshoot parking in the outlining neighborhoods where residents have outlined as a primary concern. All those wins would be lost if this gets if this gets defeated and the developer takes the OLT and gets the ultimate decision. Not only that, again, staff has outlined that the developer has the mechanism to amend their application, not only to go back to the original application, perhaps even a higher height, or changes that may not be even more so, what the overall community wants in their neighborhood. This is very, very challenging. Just like, Councillor Schneider, it's not something that, it's an easy decision. The development, in my mind, doesn't make sense because of more so towards the transit. I can understand about development having to take place, and again, in some cases, it will encumber onto low-rise neighborhoods. And I'm glad that the development has come down from its original proposal. But that being said, with the amount of units having to circumvent transit where we don't know how the road's going to develop with the LRT, it, in my mind, doesn't make sense. So anyways, I'm not sure how I'm going to support it, but at the same time, I just wanted to outline concerns as what was mentioned by Councillor Davey. This is not, if we support the residents, this may still go against you. If you support it, again, it's not what you want, but it's still a better position than what the initial application was. I just wanted to make sure that we point out those terms. Thank you.
Sorry, if I can ask you, this is council's opportunity to debate things now. Thank you. Councillor Chapman. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yep,
Thank you. So I won't be supporting it either. I'll start by commending the residents for all the work that they've put into this. I mean, this document is quite impressive, and I think it's a great tool for us as councillors and also staff to understand the concerns that are still out there. This is not in an MTSA area. The current zoning is far different to what's being proposed here. Traffic concerns don't seem to have been addressed, and the lack of public transportation and parkland, all of the things that have already been mentioned. So I think it's unfortunate that there isn't a willingness on the part of staff to go back to the drawing board and engage further with the residents. It's also unfortunate that this document didn't come to us until today. I would say all these wins aren't necessarily going to be lost. To say that they would be lost, I think that's an overstatement. I think could some of these things be lost? Yes, they could. But it's not a given that all of the wins would be lost. So I think it's a good opportunity, given the current zoning of the property and the things that are still left unresolved, that this is a good opportunity, in fact, of a development proposal that would make sense to go to the ULT if that's what the developer decides.
Okay. There don't appear to be any other comments. I guess I have a question for Mr. Meehan, and your hearing, if you can come down, sir. Thank you. Thank you for coming down and your engagement so far, Mr. Meehan. You're hearing what some of the concerns are amongst members of council, as well as what some of the concerns are continue to be from some of the residents. Council and staff had the first opportunity to see this update report this evening, and I presume that's also true of your representatives having not had an opportunity prior to today. It would seem to me that it would be in everyone's best interests to try to have some additional dialogue, but we also recognize that you do have the right to appeal for non-decision. I guess my question to you, and if you want to confer with your advisor before answering the question, would you be willing to commit this evening to not appealing for lack of decision, so that we can take some more additional time between now and the next meeting to see if some of these additional items can be worked out?
Yeah, I go along with you, but.
So you're making that commitment that you won't appeal, and you'll allow it to come to the next council meeting?
Yeah, Brennan? Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you.
We want to work with you,
Yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you very much. And so in light of that, I'm obviously in the chair, but if someone from council would care to make a motion to defer and so that some of these additional issues can be resolved. It's been moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Waduni. Thank you. Any discussion on timing? Councillor David, the next council meeting is?
Yeah, the next council meeting is March 3rd, and we have standing committee if we want to do special council on the 24th. I'm comfortable with either.
I think that's.
Yeah, March 3rd would be the next council meeting, sir. That's okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So that's the motion. I'm not going to do a recorded vote unless somebody asks for it. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you to all the delegations on both sides of the issue. There's obviously a lot of good work and passion on this issue, but I think we'll stand better to try to see if we can resolve all this. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Folks, I'm inclined to just continue, and if you need to take a bio break, please just space yourselves out, and we'll continue doing that. We're clearly going to have to go past 11 o'clock, so I'll take a motion to do that. Moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Opposed? Does that have to be unanimous? Or it does? Councillor Deneau, you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to the next item, which is 6.4, evictions due to rent-evictions. I'll alert council to 2 written submissions, one from Acorn and one from the Advocacy Center for Tenants. We have a number of delegations here. I'm not sure if everyone's still here, but we'll work through the list. Mr. Zachary Smith is our first delegation. Huh? No, we'll go as you need to, but split yourselves out so that we keep going. Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Hello. I'm not very good at this, I'm sorry.
Don't worry, just relax and work through your presentation.
Thank you for having me tonight. It's something very important for me to talk about in terms of rent eviction stuff. I've lived in Kitchener my whole life, born and raised, minus about a year. It's a city I've always been proud to call my home. You've always done right by me, and I'd like to believe I've done right by you in return. But for the first time ever, after reading the staff report, I kind of feel like I've been stabbed in the back by my city. I live at 141 Borden Avenue North. It's one of the many units that have been bought out by Michael Klein. I've lived there for 5 years alongside my wonderful wife without issue. We pay our rent on time, we don't cause any problems. But one day, early this year or late last year, I don't quite remember, our building was sold. Now, through no fault of our own, our new landlord wishes to remove us from our home with very little recourse for us. We talk a lot about things like building affordable housing, yet we rarely discuss keeping the little affordable housing we have left. 10 units in a new high-rise is something we fight for, but 30 units in our buildings being wiped out, suddenly there's silence. My wife cannot afford an apartment in Kitchener while supporting her disabled husband. The current policies in place let people, like my landlord, put your constituents into homelessness. And the issues that causes will only grow worse for the city while we continue to take no action against it. I understand that government is slow. I understand there's a lot of paperwork, there's a lot of red tape, there's meetings. But while the poorest of your constituents are suffering, it feels like a betrayal to say that we want to wait for other cities to figure it all out first so that we can copy their homework. It feels like a betrayal that we worry about our corporate priority projects instead of your citizens going homeless right before you, my neighbors, my family, my friends. It feels like a betrayal that some of those projects are used as an excuse, things like affordable housing. Once again, we're losing more than we're gaining at this rate. And all the while we sit on our hands and do nothing. Sorry. And we want to do nothing until no sooner than January 2026 is my understanding. And to tell us that no matter how much we suffer, no matter what may happen to us, it, quote, would not be fast-tracked, no matter what. That even if today we were all to go homeless, the most we could do is move a report a few weeks forward. That's our only recourse. This is personal to me. Late last year, my melanoma spread to my lungs, my kidney, and my bones. I am on palliative treatment. It is not a matter of if, but when. And yet what keeps me up at night is not when the repo comes for his dues, it's what happens to my wife when I'm gone. What she has to deal with, who she has to fight to try to have a roof over her head. She cannot afford a new place. She should not have to deal with this. I ask, please, as a selfish request, to let me sleep peacefully at night, knowing that when I'm no longer around, my city will fight for my wife, fight for my sister, fight for my friends. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for coming in and sharing your very difficult story with council. Appreciate there aren't any questions. Our next delegation is Ms. Brianna Elaine Hill. Welcome, Ms. Hill.
I really appreciate you guys listening to us and giving us the space to have our voices heard when we don't feel like we have a voice at all. I am a single mother, and I am here to ask that we waste no more time on this. I don't want to wait for that report. I don't have time. My son doesn't have time. I don't have time until January 2026 because my hearing date might be in the middle of this year. This rent eviction bylaw needs to be passed now. I understand that you are trying to make sure that everything goes according to plan, and I appreciate that. And I understand that I don't have the privilege to sit in the seats that you do, but you have the privilege. It's your job to make sure that we're safe. I understand that there's a lot of work and there is a lot of information that is still needed. But I also understand that there's enough evidence here already. I am evidence. My son is evidence. Hamilton's bylaw is evidence. Toronto and Cambridge and the other 5 cities that are trying to put this bylaw in place. It's important that it gets done now. It's important that you listen now. What I'm hoping is that if we can get our bylaw in place, then we will become the evidence for the other cities so that they can put their bylaws in place. And maybe that will continue to happen, and it'll be like a waterfall effect. And if that continues to happen in all of the cities, then maybe the province will actually stand up and do their job. Maybe then, when the province does their job, maybe it'll happen federally too. I've tried to speak to my MPP, and do you know what they told me? Go talk to your city council. Go talk to your mayor. It's not my job. That's unacceptable. Because I know that you guys are going to tell me, go talk to your MPP, go make it happen faster. So what? I'm just supposed to stand here and go in a circle? When I know that my emails aren't even being read. So that's why it's important that I'm here to have this voice, because at least I know that I can look you guys right in the faces today and know that you're listening to me. Know that my email will not be unread. I am one of 30 tenants in the Borden Apartments, but throughout all of Ontario, there are currently 21 buildings by one landlord. One. By passing Kitchener's bylaw, it would help everybody. It would help stop this one landlord from thinking that he can just take our homes away just because there's a loophole that makes it legal. I understand that there is a housing crisis, and I understand that there is a project that is being put in place so that there are affordable housing. But like Zach said, we need to keep the affordable housing that we already have in place. It's actually going to save you money. And I know that I'm not coming here and I'm not requesting money of you, but I'm also not giving you guys money. I don't have a way to revenue this. That's not something that I can do as a regular person, let alone a single mother on mat leave. But it's my home, and it's the home that I've had for 12 years. And it's not fair that because I pay 55% under market value, that someone gets to come in and tell me that my home needs to be renovated so badly that I can't live there anymore. And I understand that the province has a protection for us where we're allowed to be able to come back. But I also know that there are buildings and other residents in the other cities that have had their houses taken from them, right from underneath them. And all that the landlord has to do is pay a small fee. Is my son worth just a small fee? My son is running out of time. Before the time he is 1 year old, he might not have a bed or a roof over his house. We do not have the time to wait for this report, and we do not have the time for you to sit there and not listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lane Hill, for coming in. Our next delegation is Brooklyn Wallace. Not here, okay. Then we'll go to Mrs. Lees Lindsay. Mrs. Lees Lindsay. Okay. Welcome, Ms. Lindsay. We'll just lower that for you. Just give it a second.
My name is Lise, and my home is at 250 Frederick Street, which is under attack with renoviction since November 2023. I am here today to speak in support of the Waterloo Region Acorns campaign for passing a strong renovation bylaw as soon as possible, because we don't want to add to homelessness, because housing not affordable, especially for seniors, handicaps, family, refugees, even students. I've been at 250 Frederick 15 years so far, but since November 2023, it has been surreal, mentally challenging with this unknown. It's very hard. My actions are like I'm automatic, just passing the survival mode. I'm alone, my daughter's in BC, my siblings in Quebec. Don't have a car because my leg and vertigo, so I renegade my driver's license. I have a walker, my right knee buckles, COPD. I can only do a wee bit at a time, and sometimes it takes me 2 days to recuperate. My brain is numb, and most of the time is blank. Take some extra sleeping pill to go to sleep. I'm exhausted. I'm really burned. Even deciding what to do next feels like a chore. I'm a retired senior, low income. Had my first LTB hearing the 1st of December. Our building, we were a block, and we had our hearing. Now we are waiting for the next date. What will happen? Are we in or out? We are not pawn on a chessboard. We are human beings, families. We need to get back to a healthy eating, sleeping, our healthy schedule, our friends. We look at friends and they don't want to talk because the only thing we can talk at the moment is renoviction. So everybody's getting into their own bubbles. We need our life back. The city needs to do everything it can do to pass a strong renoviction as soon as possible. Not in 6 months, not next year, now. For all the seniors, handicapped families, refugees, students, all tenants, even your children. If we don't stop that now, it's a roll ball. They will meet that later on, their own renovation. So we can do that together. Let's pass a bylaw now. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much for coming in, Ms. Lindsay. Appreciate your presentation. Our next delegation is Martin Asling. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff for letting me speak to this important topic. On behalf of Waterloo Region Yes in My Backyard, I would like to express my support for a renovation bylaw and for one to be enacted as soon as possible. We recognize that the staff report would be one step in this process, but if there's any way to move that forward sooner than June, thereby moving the bylaw forward a corresponding amount of time down the road, can have benefits to tenants vulnerable to rent evictions and all the problems that they cause. The sooner we act, the better we reflect the immediacy and urgency of the problem at hand. It's true that the City of Kitchener has already been a leader on housing in other respects, with the rental replacement bylaw enabling fourplexes on 68% of residential lots, legalizing lodging homes citywide, and using public land and public facilities for affordable housing. This is still not a reason to rest on our laurels. I say this not out of lack of appreciation for the progress we made, but out of recognition of the scale of the problem at hand. If Kitchener wants to pursue a strategy of waiting and seeing what happens with Hamilton's rent eviction bylaw, this would allow the city to benefit from Hamilton's leadership in this particular case, while Hamilton acts sooner on rent evictions. They take the risk while we reap some of the benefits. Instead, the City of Kitchener can both try to address the immediate need for rental protections and be one of the leaders that other municipalities point to when trying to decide whether to implement a rent eviction bylaw themselves. We could also contribute to being the inspiration for future provincial action on rent eviction protections. I'm not saying there aren't risks, but there are risks to waiting as well. The longer we don't have a rent eviction bylaw in place, the longer tenants do not have that extra layer of protection, making it easier to rent evict tenants. Evictions come with their own risks for those losing their housing, for society, and for government. Evictions can certainly lead to homelessness. Homelessness is for areas of their life. When people are homeless, they are more likely to need to use emergency health services, certainly to need to use shelters, and they will find it much harder to successfully find and keep work. It is simply much harder to take care of other things when one of your most basic needs, housing, is not taken care of. The costs of homelessness to government are clearly secondary to the costs to the newly homeless people themselves by a long shot, but these extra costs to governments are also real. So if we discount the applicability of the legal opinions of the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario and Raven Law that rent eviction bylaws complement, not frustrate provincial legislation, and if we consequently identify a risk of investing in a bylaw, if there is a chance the bylaw will be overturned, there is still a graver risk to not doing everything we can as soon as possible to prevent these unjust evictions from taking place. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. There do not appear to be any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I believe virtual, Ms. Mo Markham.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. So I'm also an ACORN member, but also here as a concerned citizen. Sorry, I'm bringing it down. Sorry, I know that staff are busy, but I think that ending rent evictions has to be a priority, and I think we need to figure this out as a city as soon as possible. There are bad actors, as we know, who are evicting people unjustly across the province, and other cities are working on this. And I think Kitchener needs to do it as soon as possible as well, and not wait. I think people can't afford to wait. I've spoken to you before. And I probably will continue to do that until this issue is resolved. I spent 2.5 years looking for housing myself after I was evicted by fire in 2022 from my home of 12 years. 2.5 years I've spent looking for housing, found housing at 2.5 times the rent that I was paying before the fire, and then lost that housing again because the house was sold and the new owners moved in. So the current place that I am is not physically appropriate for me because it's on the second floor, but I have decided finally to give up and stop looking, and stay where I am. I'm using savings to afford my rent, and I'm just going to wait until, and so I'm several years down on the wait list for a senior's place, but I'm going to have to wait that out. And I know that I'm luckier than most, and privileged to have the option. One place that I looked at when I was looking, had over 600 people reply to their ad. That's what's happening with affordable housing. I know there are empty units in this city, but they are not units that most of us can afford. Um, and I think that what we can do about that, the sooner the better. The people who are being put out on the street by these bad actors, these landlords who are evicting people, are, as you've seen tonight, seniors, disabled people, families, single parents, children. And I don't think that's acceptable. And it's not acceptable for us to have to wait for a rent eviction bylaw any longer than we absolutely have to. Rent evictions put people out on the streets, and we know that. We know that they break up families because people don't have a place to go together. They break up relationships long term as well. In all these housing groups, I listen to people, and I also know a lot of people personally who've been housing unstable. Not having stable housing affects people physically and mentally. People need to get rid of their companion animals. Sometimes they leave our communities, which is something that I also considered doing myself and looked into. I think it's a life or death issue for people. Being homeless is seriously affects people physically, and some people don't survive it. There aren't stats for KW that I could find, but in Toronto reported 135 deaths of people living on the streets. And mortality rates are incredibly higher for people who don't have stable housing. Toronto Public Health says for men, the median age for men who die on the streets is 50 compared to 78 for other men, and for women it's 36 compared to 85 for people who have housing. I understand that this is difficult to put this together, but I think that we need to do that. I think council has to choose people over these businesses and these owners. And I thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Markham, for your presentation. There is a question from a member of council, Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Markham, for delegating today. And I'm asking you this question because I know you are a talented advocate, and I'm just wondering what kind of contact you've had at the provincial level, or what kind of advocacy is happening to the province.
Well, I know my member of provincial parliament has done quite a bit of work on that. Ashton Clancy, who you all know, has been working on that, and I have had some conversations with her, but I know that she's doing a lot of work on that as well. Given the current government that's in power, I think that we need to do everything that we can at the municipal level. And, yes, the provincial government needs to do something, but we need to do everything that we can at the municipal level as well. And other cities are doing it, so I don't see any reason why Kitchener can't as well. But thank you for your question.
Okay, those are all the questions we have. Thank you so much for joining us virtually this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Jeff. Jeff, help me with the last name. Donker's good. Wonderful. I mean, I've known you for a long time, but I didn't quite have the pronunciation down, so.
Okay, I'm going to do my best not to mispronounce your last name 2 years, so it's all good. So good evening, Council. My name is Jeff Donkersgood, and well, I'm a person with many hats, but today I'm here speaking tonight about the need to pass a strong rent-eviction bylaw here in the City of Kitchener. Firstly, I need to acknowledge that I'm speaking here tonight with immense privilege. I own a home, but I spent the majority of my adult life as a renter. Renting provided me with much-needed flexibility to travel around the country while I was a studying and practicing classical musician, and it provided stability for me and my young family prior to being able to get into a position to purchase one. But that flexibility and stability, it just isn't there anymore. Now when an apartment is vacant in Ontario, landlords are free to increase rents by any amount, sometimes double or triple the cost. And increasingly, landlords are using apartment renovations as a tactic to evict tenants and then increase rents. It has now become unsustainable. Owning a home is starting to become impossible. And when approximately 40% of residential properties here in Kitchener are rentals, it's an issue that we can't ignore. In the past few months, in one of the various hats that I wear, I've spoken to many members of the public about their concerns regarding rent controls and rent evictions. And when I discuss with renters that it is possible for governments to attach rent control to individual units to stop landlords from jacking up rents between tenants, and that they can crack down on rent evictions, demevictions, and any other tactics, their eyes do light up. They see hope. They see that change might be possible, and their fears of the risk of potentially being homeless are lifted. They know that housing is a right, and that is worth fighting for. But I do want to acknowledge council and city staff for their efforts with regards to building homes, as outlined by Mayor Urbanovic at the State of Mayor address a few short weeks ago, and the approval of other measures such as a rental replacement bylaw and inclusionary zoning, which address the housing crisis. And I also want to thank Mayor Urbanovic for bringing a motion forward to the Big Cities Mayor meeting last week, which called on the province of Ontario to bring into force all regulations pertaining to bad faith rent evictions, as outlined in Bill 97, and that the province of Ontario provide the Landlord Tenant Tribunal with the necessary resources to ensure effective implementation and enforcement of the bill's regulations to expedite the resolution of eviction hearings. So I do know that you are listening to your constituents' concerns, including that of the amazing advocacy work over the past several years of Acorn Waterloo Region. I do know that you care, and I know that you need to do more. But we also know that sometimes provincial governments do not act quickly enough. It is the reason why the cities of Hamilton, London, and Toronto have moved forward with their rent eviction bylaws. Hamilton's bylaw, for example, requires landlords to apply for a renovation license, produce a building permit and an engineer's report stating that units must be emptied in order to do the work, and confirm a tenant's right and entitlement package has been provided to ensure fairness. I believe this is something that this city can do. And truth be told, we also know we need to do so much more to solve the housing crisis. This includes building more permanently affordable rental homes in nonprofits and co-op housing so that we are not overly reliant on corporate landlords, and that we continue to work better in collaboration with all levels of government in ensuring a range of housing is built. The City of Kitchener can show real leadership here, just as you've already been doing in various other housing initiatives, and move forward with such a bylaw as soon as possible. As we've heard already, people's lives are at stake. Thank you for your considerations.
Thanks so much, Jeff. There is a question for you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, you mentioned the many hats you wear. Can you tell us what hats you wear?
So, in fairness, I'm not sure this should be a campaign platform place, if that's what you're getting at. Okay, go ahead. Jeff?
Okay, here's how I'll answer this question. I was first introduced to ACORN through my role as an executive member of the Waterloo Region Labor Council. We had them come to some of our major events, such as Enough is Enough. We had kind of an expo fair just out here, actually. It was one of their first events, had them speak at a rally, and we've been inviting to as many events as we possibly can. So that's one of the many hats that I wear.
Thanks. Well, answered well, Jeff. Okay, those are all the questions. Next delegation is Eve Simpson. Welcome, Eve.
For having me, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm going to put forth for you to take a few seconds to think of, to you, what does dignity and a dignified life mean to you? I'm going to read an excerpt from the Social Rights of Ontario that I found on the website. And it's on social rights in Ontario, adequate food, housing, and other requirements of dignity. The right to an adequate standard of living includes adequate food, clothing, housing, and other things we need for a dignified life. These are fundamental human rights in Ontario. The right to an adequate standard of living, including adequate food, clothing, housing, and other requirements, was recognized as a human right when the United Nations adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. Since then, this right has been recognized by Canada and all provinces when Canada signed and ratified UN human rights treaties, including the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Myself, as an individual, I was a single mom, raised my daughter on my own. I'm fairly educated. I have a university degree. Went to college as well. I was working full-time. Unfortunately, life took a turn. I'm also a person with a disability. Right now, my fight is on several fronts. I have, once I put in an application, I have a 5-year wait to have my case heard before the human rights regarding my rights as to accommodation from an employer. Now my next fight will be waiting. Right now, another stress that's coming on is I'm hearing that in my building at 250 Frederick Street, the one-bedroom units will soon be also facing rent evictions. I was homeless for 6 years. I just became housed about 3 years ago. And trust me, it's not, will it happen to you? It can happen to you. It happened to me. Never thought it would. I was accosted. I was propositioned to sleep with somebody for a room in a hotel. I chose to sleep in my car. I'm one of the, I always say it was one of the luckiest ones because I still had a roof over my head, which was my car. But try sleeping in a car and below 40 degrees. So the City of Kitchener, I'm fairly new to this region. City of Kitchener is very dear to me. We have wonderful resources, and it's also due to not just to you, Council, but also to the volunteers that live here in this community. There's so many resources such as food that I have personally myself partaken in it. I've heard people's stories as well. So I'm also a voice for these individuals who don't have a voice. But I'm also a voice for people who are approaching or have approached retirement. And we are the ones who are not spoken for. So when we become unhoused, or we're very close to being unhoused, we have a 10-year waiting period in the region alone, minimally. So what is waiting for me or people like myself? Homelessness is again. And with these rent-evictions, you can be a very positive representative for people such as myself and my community that is facing rent-evictions. as a safety board that, you know what, these bylaws exist and nobody can take advantage of us and have us face homelessness, the possibility of being approached for prostitution. As I said, I'm educated. But there are those who don't even have that opportunity to be educated. We heard a single mom with a 1-year-old boy. If she is fighting for affordable housing, how is she going to be able to focus on giving education to her child, or single moms like her, or even single dads? There are single dads out there who are homeless or are losing their children. So please, don't wait till 2026. Please bring in this bylaw against rent evictions, against people, against owners who are taking advantage of people's disabilities, people's financial hardships. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for this forum.
Thank you very much, Eve, for coming in and sharing your story and your circumstances with us. Our next delegation, I don't believe they're here, is Greg Thornton. Virtual? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Thornton.
Is the speaker on? Can you hear me there?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Yeah. Okay. Experience getting a settlement at the landlord-tenant board does nothing to protect other tenants. When I asked, I was told there's no mechanism in place to prevent the harassment that I endured from happening to other tenants. I've been lucky for the last 10 years. I've been in geared to income housing. Market rent for my unit is about a third of what other people are looking at spending for a comparable unit in the same area for the same accommodation. I don't really see a way to transition out of social housing, and for recipients of social assistance, rent control is essential. Like a friend of my mom's who has a well-documented right to first refusal claim before the landlord-tenant board. So this is an example of a rent eviction that, you know, despite her ongoing claim, the landlord began showing the unit to new potential tenants. And even though the claim is still ongoing before the landlord-tenant board, the unit has now been rented out to a new tenant. So, you know, the long-term financial incentive of charging new tenants a higher rent is worth taking the fine for these landlords, the predatory ones that are taking advantage, which is why I'm here to just echo support for Acorn's campaign for rent eviction bylaws to happen in Kitchener, like those happening in Hamilton, London, and Toronto, to discourage landlords from abusing N13s. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming in and joining us virtually, Mr. Thornton. Our next delegation is Ken Vogelpohl. Welcome this evening, Ken.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Ken Vogelpohl, resident of Ward 10 and a member of Acorn Waterloo Region Chapter. First of all, I'd like to express appreciation for council keeping affordable units part of the conversation during the previous zoning item. Though we do spend a lot of time rallying pressure on these issues, we do recognize the progress and oversight that council has strived to achieve. By way of giving my thoughts on the urgency of this issue and why I believe council should instruct staff to prepare an expedited report, I'd like to briefly touch on a comment made at the January 20 meeting on this same issue. One delegate, a tenant currently disputing an N13 notice, was told to have faith because things would surely work out for her if she pressed her rights. This idea that everything works out for those who work hard and have faith is a comforting one, particularly to those who have little other hope, but I think we all recognize that things don't always work out that way. In this life, unfortunately, bad things often happen to good people. The villain of the story often wins. Sometimes faith just isn't enough. That's why it's incumbent on those with power to use it to ease the suffering of those less fortunate. It's not enough to condemn. Council has the power to act, and it must. The urgency of the issue itself is plain. Every month, every week we delay means more tenants thrown from their homes into uncertainty. If council and staff require more information, let me volunteer Acorn's extensive experience. We know the history of the new Westminster BC bylaw, how it was challenged in court, and how it was upheld. We have the legal arguments for council's power under the municipal law and Spray Tech v. Hudson. We know details of the Hamilton, Toronto, and London bylaws because we advised and pressed for their creation. In London, our members actually sit, presently, on a task force to guide the rental unit repair license bylaw to its March 1st implementation date. On this note, the most recent staff report makes the following claim, and I quote, "London's final approval of implementation is pending budgetary review and may not occur in 2025. This is a curious claim, given that London finalized its budget for 2025, including its renoviction bylaw, on November 27, 2024, and perhaps a member of council could follow up on this claim with staff. For our part, the Waterloo Region chapter is closely connected to the London chapter. We've reached out to our allies on London City staff and confirmed they are on schedule for our March 1st implementation. It's true there are important questions for staff to answer, but rather than let that be a reason for more delay, even more tenants kicked from their homes, I would ask council to use it as a cause for cooperation and outreach. Our chapter has already been in contact with staff of the City of Waterloo, and we would be happy to work with staff at Kitchener City Council to compile whatever data or legal arguments they may need to bring a bylaw into force, and to bring it into force now. Seeing as this is Black History Month, I think it's appropriate to pay respect to the late great Reverend Martin Luther King, a man who pursued not only faith, but economic and racial justice through action. I urge council to confront what MLK called the fierce urgency of now. Kitchener residents do not have the luxury to wait for a more convenient season. Now is the time to act. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in this evening, and there don't appear to be any questions. Our next delegation is Ryan Murdoch. Welcome, Ryan.
Hi, I'll try to keep this quite brief. We've all been here far too long. And much respect to everybody who came out, all the unpaid people who are doing this because it's actually important to us. It's not for monetary gain, it's for our families, it's for our loved ones, it's for our community. I understand that we don't want this rushed per se, right? We don't want it done poorly. However, I've mentioned before, I'm a line cook. And there's versions of this probably in most restaurants, all the ones I've worked at, right? You get a rush order, right? Something's happened. It doesn't even matter what happened most of the time, right? It might not have involved you, maybe it did. Food went out, it wasn't the right food, something happened. So you get a rush bill. So does that mean you make the food poorly? No. Our boss has a phrase, I need that right now. Make it good, make it nice. Right? And it doesn't mean the next orders don't get done. It doesn't mean you don't do them quickly and efficiently as well. It means you reprioritize, you give something a bit more focus, right? Something that's important, you give it a bit more focus. And that's what we're asking. We're asking for a reprioritization. I mean, I honestly think this probably should have been given more priority, obviously. I think you all know where I stand on that. And so that's what we're asking for. And we're not saying it's easy. We're not saying it won't make staff have to readjust. but I think all our jobs, we have that. And I do have just a couple of comments too about how in the staff report, they talk about things that will be delayed. Well, a lot of it seems to, well, I mean, one of it's from the plan for 2051. Well, I mean, I don't want that not to get worked on, but, you know, and then how I think affordable housing and Kitchener's plan for affordable housing, like rent eviction bylaw would be a huge part of that. It's actually one of the most important parts. Like the rental replacement bylaw is very nice. Other stuff we know you're trying to do, very nice. But rental replacement is going to actually be one of the things that saves a lot of people the fastest. So then that will actually then inform a lot of the things that are included in the list of things that might have to get delayed because of this. And one other point to the timing of it is the idea is that we have to wait to hear more information. Well, Hamilton's implemented it, so we should be in contact with them already. That, right? Like, I just assume that's already a thing. I hope it's a thing. But then, which was the city that was going to implement it in July? And like, I'm not a maths guy. I've mentioned that before. I'm pretty sure that comes after June. I don't even know if that's maths. But so like, why are we waiting for people who are gonna, like a municipality that's gonna implement it in July? Why is that even part of that discussion? That's because all the information they have, you could already get. That's already there. They have the information they're gonna have in June. Essentially, like they already have their plan. So, yeah, I just really asked to do this because, I mean, I think it was the second option that makes the most sense or whatever, because I don't think we think this is going to happen in March. I mean, it would be good. But yeah, so please, because time is of the essence. Like, if you weren't moved by the people before me, they spoke better, more eloquently, and more personally, I think, than I ever could. So please listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan, for coming in and sharing your perspectives with us. There don't appear to be any questions. And our next delegation is Randall Whittle. Randall Whittle. Okay, Randall doesn't appear to be here, so we'll go to our final delegation, which is Jackie Wells. Welcome, Jackie.
Councillors, my name is Jackie Wells, and I am currently interim chair of Waterloo Region ACORN. ACORN is a grassroots tenant and community organization with a membership of low and moderate income tenants in Kitchener. Some on council and staff have raised concerns that they don't have enough information to make a responsible decision for the city to move forward with the rent eviction bylaw. We believe council and staff have all the information they need to start this process right now. Over the past 2 years, Waterloo Region ACORN has been advocating for strong municipal and anti-displacement policies while organizing in buildings to defend our homes. Currently, hundreds of tenants in the city of Kitchener are facing rent eviction, and inaction puts all of their housing at risk. Despite provincial regulations that allow tenants to return after rent evictions, tenants struggle to exercise their right of first refusal due to challenges in finding short-term leases at the same rent during renovations, often with timelines of 6 to 12 months, while current compensation doesn't cover this period. LTB adjudicators often approve N13s without verifying if landlords have the necessary approvals, resulting in unjustified eviction orders. There, of course, is the financial cost of moving not once, but twice. Landlords can be fined, but this rarely happens. The LTB has issued only 13 fines for bad faith evictions since 2020, and only 4 landlords have paid. The City of Kitchener has provided very little public information explicitly outlining their stance on rent eviction bylaws other than a single city staff report from last June where staff recommended against pursuing the bylaw. I will now address staff's recommendation to not protect tenants, as well as concerns raised by councillors about the bylaw. Number one, the province's Bill 97 already addresses bad faith evictions. Acorn knows that Bill 97 isn't even in effect and doesn't include key elements like temporary accommodations, rent gap payments, or moving cost assistance, which a municipal bylaw would cover. Number two, city staff claim jurisdictional issues and that Hamilton and Toronto bylaws are untested. Acorn knows of multiple legal clinics and firms who have written memos explaining that municipal rent eviction bylaws complement, not contradict, provincial regulations. Hamilton and Toronto's new bylaws are based on New Westminster's successful 2019 policy, which reduced rent evictions from 333 to 0. It's perfectly normal for municipalities to manage legislation that complements provincial law. The LTB is built to help regulate the relationship between landlords and tenants, but what level of government handles property standards, for example? It's the city. Number three, claims that rent eviction protections may lead to more landlords pursuing N12 evictions for personal use. Acorn knows that even if this were true, the city's response shouldn't be to do nothing. Most rent evictions occur in multi-unit buildings where landlords find it harder to use N12 evictions, but certainly they do still try. BC recently banned personal use evictions in buildings with over 5 units. Kitchener could advocate for a similar approach from the province of Ontario and at the same time pass a municipal rent eviction bylaw. Number four, concerns that the cost of rent eviction license would stifle necessary renovations. Acorn knows that landlords can still renovate units in cities with rent eviction bylaws, as most repairs can be done while tenants remain in their home. If vacancies are needed, landlords must support displaced tenants and protect their right to return at the same rent. The current system encourages landlords to neglect repairs and use it as a justification for cosmetic renovations to evict tenants and raise rents. Number five, city staff and council claim there's no money in the city budget or capacity in the bylaw department. Acorn knows that inaction will cost the city more in the long run, and potentially even in the short run. Ensuring tenants keep their affordable housing saves the city money by reducing costs resulting from homelessness, healthcare, and the impact of mental health and addiction issues in the community. Number six, recommendations of tenant education and provincial advocacy as a better alternative. Acorn knows that if tenants' rights are weak, education alone won't reduce rent evictions. Even informed tenants still face finding temporary housing at much higher rents, paying for moving costs, becoming a private investigator to track their landlord's progress on the renovations before somebody else moves in, going through a legal process that will not result in getting their unit back. A rent eviction bylaw's main value is that it imposes enough burden on landlords to prevent bad faith evictions and ensures tenants are supported to exercise their right of first refusal, primarily through required temporary accommodations or rental top-ups during renovations. Premier Doug Ford has had 7 years to stop rent evictions, and he hasn't. This is why municipalities across Ontario have stepped up to the plate to protect tenants, and Acorn is urging the City of Kitchener to do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jackie, for coming in. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for coming in. My question is around single-tier and double-tier government. So Kitchener is, we have regional and we have city. And so there hasn't been a rent eviction bylaw passed in a similar community. Do you have any insight on how that would make Kitchener unique?
I can tell you that last year I was in a meeting with regional council, and I think it was Rob Deutschman was there, I can't remember, but he told us it is not a regional jurisdiction. It would have to fall down to the municipalities, the city.
Okay, so part of what makes this unique is that the region holds housing. So as a city, the licensing comes from us, but it makes us unique because it's not the same tier as Hamilton or as London. And so we would be the first, if we did move this as a double-tiered, I'm getting tired, sorry, as a double-tiered municipality or region to do this. So has Acorn, do you have any resources or expertise in that?
In what specifically? So if there are resources specifically for that, I can't name them offhand, but we definitely do have lots of resources, so we can check that. But I will say, the City of Kitchener does already regulate other aspects of, concerning tenants and renting and landlords. So I don't really believe that the concern should be between regional and municipal governments. I mean, City of Kitchener, City of Waterloo, and City of Cambridge, all individual cities have their own bylaws regulating tenants and landlords.
Thanks. And Jackie, maybe I'll just clarify here. I think what Councillor Stretch was getting at is when you look at the other three examples, they're single-tier municipalities that are both the housing services manager with that responsibility given to them by the province, as well as municipalities that have responsible for things like building permits and so on. In our case, that's divided up because the region is the housing services manager, but a bylaw of this nature would typically rest with an area municipality, but the two don't line up, and that's part of the challenge and difficulty that we're having to deal with. And on a similar basis, when we reference bylaws in other jurisdictions, each province has its own municipal act that governs what it can and can't do.
Yeah.
And so BC would not be in the same circumstances as us.
To comment on that, actually, in one of the reports, I'm not sure if it was Ravenlaw or ACTO, it might have been both, they did comment about BC's municipal act being, or the corresponding legislation being very similar to Ontario's, and not having any obvious aspects of it that would contravene doing something similar in Ontario. And that is why other cities in Ontario have already passed their own renoviction bylaws.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not looking to get into debate. I'm just sharing information with you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're welcome to look that up yourself.
Yeah.
We have lots of resources for that specific question.
Thanks. Councillor Chapman, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned that inaction would cost more in the short run and the long run. Do you want to elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, there's a financial cost, right? Providing social housing, providing, all kinds of funding for different nonprofits and things that are trying to patch gap all of the problems in our social and housing sectors. You all know that homelessness in Kitchener specifically has been on the rise over the last just few short years. I'm sure you've all heard the statistic that it's more than doubled in the last year or two. So, I mean, there's the obvious financial costs of funding these other programs, managing like bylaw, like trying to manage encampments. I could go on and on, health services, nonprofits that provide health services and things like that. Of course, there's a social cost. I work at the hospital, and I mean, we do discharge people to the streets because there's nowhere else for them to go. It's shocking maybe to hear that people who work in healthcare do that, but like any other government area, it doesn't see housing as its purview. So our job is to roll over beds as quickly as possible because we have hallway medicine. And so, I mean, there's all kinds of social and chronic illness associated costs that, fall to all levels of government, not just the municipal government, but I mean, yeah, I can't put numbers on it, but I think we all intuitively know that there are financial and social costs to this.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions that we have. Thank you for coming in, Jackie. Okay, questions of staff. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Would staff be willing to work with ACORN and possibly the Social Development Centre to draft a bylaw?
Ms. Bustamante?
So through the mayor to Councillor Chapman, staff have been in contact with ACORN over the last probably at least a year, if not longer already, and have an ongoing dialogue. We also have been in contact on a regular monthly basis with our Lived Expertise Working Group, which is a group of people who have experienced direct housing-related challenges. So those conversations and dialogues are still ongoing, as well as more general dialogue with people who are providing tenant supports in the community. And that would continue over the coming months as we prepare for this report back to council.
And are you working on a draft for a bylaw with these groups?
To Councillor Chapman, at this time, no, not a draft bylaw. We're still collecting research and information and preparing that report back to council for consideration.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions of staff? Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. I think there was a change, so it might be the same, it might not, but has there been an update to the resources that we communicate to people or to residents experiencing evictions or renovictions?
Ms. Bustamante?
Through the mayor to Councillor Stretch. Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Sorry, has there been a change, or can you tell us what resources we communicate to residents who are facing evictions or renovictions?
Through the mayor, we have been working with our Lived Expertise Working Group, as I mentioned previously, and through those conversations, we have updated our webpage on Renting in Kitchener, which does have a consolidated list of resources, tenant supports, and information about tenants' rights on the webpage. So that is a resource we did not have in place approximately a year ago, but it also has our city eviction survey so that we can track what's happening in the community and have real-time statistics. So we are directing people facing evictions to that webpage and hoping that they're using it as a resource and has the information that they need.
Thank you. I guess one more question, I have a little bit more time. It's about timing. And so from some of the residents we've talked about today saying you need a rent-eviction bylaw now, I'm curious about the timing and our ability to help people specifically at 250 Frederick or Borden Street and how that is a factor in our understanding of how fast things could happen.
So through the mayor to Councillor Stretch, so my understanding is that most of the tenants in that building already have been in contact with various tenant support groups and are going through a landlord-tenant board process. With this bylaw, we would be seeing a budgetary impact and a staff resourcing component. As we heard tonight, Kitchener is not the housing service provider for the city, and so we do not have an extensive team of housing service supports on staff. So if we were to move forward with this proposed bylaw, we would need to look at the implications of resourcing that with new staff positions, and that would typically be a discussion of council that would happen through the budget process later this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in the time requested by staff, as they look to review other municipalities and see what can be done as a lower tier municipality, are staff consulting with Regional Waterloo as a social housing provider and seeing how they can possibly collaborate, or if this is a type of bylaw that they could administer regionally?
Please maybe just leave your mic on. Thanks.
So through the mayor to Councillor Singh, so we do have contact with different staff at the region, specifically through the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness Project and some other key contacts there. At this time, I'm not aware if we have specifically raised the idea of collaborating on a bylaw with them, and I would have to follow up with staff to find out the details of what has been discussed on that point.
Okay, perhaps that's something maybe staff can take back in the time, as you're doing the research. The other is a standpoint of resource. I know it's limited with us. Still, again, just tremendous ask from residents who are facing potential renovictions. Maybe conducting a stakeholder collaboration where we could help to educate the residents on the different mechanisms that can be available to them, where they can appeal any application. Is that something that we can help coordinate Again, I think it would require collaboration with the region, going back to the earlier question, but is that something that we could do on our own in the interim of a report coming back?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Singh. So as we've discussed, some of this work that we're doing is very new for the city and for our planning team. So over the past year or two, we have been training and educating all of our planning staff to be aware of these issues, the resources that are out there, the updated web page, some of the key contacts that they can provide to residents who may be contacting the planning team. One of our immediate next steps is to extend that training out to the corporate contact center and to a broader group of individuals who do receive 311 calls or other contacts from residents, so that a larger number of our staff have that information at their fingertips and can provide that when we do get inquiries.
Are we compiling that information and having it on our website or a site that can be directed that's, that's managed by our staff, so that all the information is laid out, apart from the guidance given by our staff on the inquiry call, but someone that can go to do a little more research on their own with other details of other regional partners that they can contact as well?
So through the chair, I would have to review the most recent information on our Renting in Kitchener webpage, but I do believe those links and contacts are provided and available on that webpage. And certainly if they're not, we can endeavor to make them available immediately.
So specifically on the renoviction, if that information is lacking, maybe that's something, an update that we need to do more immediate. Thank you.
Mr. Reedman, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, through the mayor, I can confirm I'm looking at the webpage right now, and there are links to other resources as well as information on if you're served within N13 or other documents. And we worked with the Lived Expertise Working Group on updating all this page as well.
Okay, those appear to be all of the questions of staff. There is a report with a recommendation. Sorry, there is no recommendation, apologies. How would council like to proceed? Councillor Stretch?
Sorry. Are you asking us, there's different recommendations or timelines given in the report? Are you asking us to give?
Yeah, options for reporting back.
Yeah, to decide on the options reporting back right now?
Well, it's here for information. So at this point, actually, there's no action required from council. I think maybe the only thing I would add into the mix, if I can, and one of the delegations referenced it, based on the input that we've heard in this council chamber previously, and the feedback from members of council, this was an issue that I did take to the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus meeting last Friday. It was a virtual meeting, and at it we dealt with the following motion, which was adopted and has now become part of the advocacy position of the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus. And that motion called on the province to proclaim and bring into force all regulations pertaining to bad faith renovictions that exist in Bill 97, including amendments 2.2 to 2.6, which called for landlords to provide a professional report confirming the need for a building permit in vacant possession ahead of issuing a notice of termination of a tenancy. Secondly, the requirement for a landlord to give a tenant requesting notice at least 60 days notice to exercise their right of first refusal to reoccupy a unit. Thirdly, for landlords to be considered to have issued a notice of termination in bad faith if none of the specified persons have moved in within the noted time period. Fourthly, the requirement for an agreement between a landlord and tenant concerning an application to be approved by the board. And finally, that the increase of the maximum fines from 50 to 100,000 in the case of a person other than a corporation, and from 250,000 to 500,000 in the case of a corporation when an offense occurs by a landlord. And finally, that the province provide the landlord-tenant tribunal with the necessary resources to ensure effective implementation and enforcement of Bill 97 regulations to expedite the resolution of eviction hearings. And that motion has obviously been, will be forwarded to the province. And obviously, everyone knows we're in the middle of a provincial election, rather. So I don't anticipate we'll be hearing much back before the end of that period following February 27th. So I just thought I would share that with everyone because it was referenced by one of the delegations this evening. Actually, I think it was Mr. Donkersgood that raised it. Councillor Chapman, you wanted to?
Yeah, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Oh. Yeah, so in the report, there are these options 1 to 4, and it says option 4 is what staff is recommending. I'd like to move that we take option number 2, and that staff report back to council in April, and that between now and then, they work with ACORN to come to us with a preliminary draft of a rent eviction bylaw.
Is there a seconder for that? Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, so through the chair, as the report does note, given the previous direction, any options other than option 4 would require a motion to reconsider. So we do need to consider that first because we are changing the previous direction to report back in June of 2025.
Okay, and that would require 2/3 support for a motion to reconsider?
That is correct.
Okay. So, Councillor Chapman, are you moving a motion to reconsider?
Motion to reconsider, yeah.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Michaud, you seconded it. Councillor Deneau. So your mic's off, Councillor Deneau?
It is. I was sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just raising my hand to second the motion.
It
was already done.
Okay, it has been seconded. I guess, I think it would be important for staff to articulate what the issues would be from a timing perspective. If in fact we went. Well, actually, no, before we even debate that, I have to deal with the motion to reconsider. And then we can get into a discussion around what the impacts would be. So it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of reconsideration? Those opposed? It does not have 2/3. So we can't reconsider it. So at this point, then the direction continues to be to proceed as was the direction previously given. Councillor Deneau, you disappeared. Oh, okay. So with that, I just want to thank everyone for coming in. And so at this point then, the intention would be that this would come back to the, would it be to committee or council that it would come back to in June? Ms. Bustamante?
So the intention would be for it to come back to committee in June.
Okay, so just for everybody's benefit, then that would be on June the 16th? Or the 2nd? What's, Ms. Bustamante? Is the intention to bring it back on the 2nd, or?
So through the chair, yes, staff were anticipating bringing it back June 2nd for committee consideration.
Okay, so we'll be dealing with this issue on June the 2nd then. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. Sorry? We've already done the vote, sir. I just want to thank everyone for coming in. This is an issue that council does take very seriously, but it is also something that we need to make sure that we do due diligence on the issue going forward. Okay. It is now 11:48. We've got a few items to get through yet. This should go fairly quickly. And then to finish caucus. So I will, though, need a motion to go past midnight. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Michaud. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. We'll move on then to the reports of the committees. Heritage Committee, Councillor Chapman.
Yes, be moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Michaud that the report of Heritage Kitchener dated February the 4th, 2025, listed as item 7.1A on the agenda this date be adopted.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Planning and Strategic Initiatives, Councillor Singh, you can click in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the items has already been addressed, and the other one, which is the deferral, moved by myself and seconded by, that's for Hidden Valley, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We've dealt with the unfinished business. Under new business, nothing new other than earlier today at Special Council, we passed a motion on tariffs and trade. And that was passed unanimously by council. Questions and answers? There being none, we'll move into bylaws. Ms. Fusco, any additional bylaws?
So through the chair, because of the deferral of the planning item, there are no late starters for today.
Okay, so move first and second reading of the bylaws. Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move that the committee resolve itself into the committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Michaud, seconded by Councillor Stretch. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor O'Dooney, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Is there a mover for the balance of administrative reports listed on the committee of the whole agenda? Are there any questions or comments from members? Oh, she's moving it. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you very much, Councillor Chapman. Are there questions or comments from members of council? No? Okay. I'll call on the vote on the administrative reports. All those in favor? All right, opposed? And the motion carries. Are there any matters arising from in-camera meeting earlier today?
So through the chair, there is one matter. It is on the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a mover for the committee to rise and report?
No, you have to deal with this first.
Okay, so I raise, is there anyone caring to move this? All right, thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Is there a mover for the committee to rise and report? Okay. Councillor, I'm sorry, it's late, I forgot. Councillor Johnston, all those in favor? Opposed? And that motion carries.
Councillor O'Dooney, do you want to bring the motion from Committee of the Whole?
Yes, it has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman that the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interest and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes be and the same are hereby adopted and confirmed.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion for third reading of the bylaws, Councillor Michaud, seconded by Councillor Chapman. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And just want to wish everyone a happy Family Day weekend. And with that, motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Stretch, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.